Hello everyone and welcome to the YOS 3v3 live stream. Just coming to you with a little bit of an update ahead of round 1, which will take place in about 9-10 minutes around that. So this is a 3v3 event. We're going to be trying to feature matches on a sort of 1v1 basis so that you guys have a consistent view of a single match, and then if it does end relatively quickly we'll hop into the next one and see how things go, keep you updated with this one. So we have 54 players entered for this event, got some pretty prestigious names amongst them. I won't divulge all the information just yet. We'll get the team list up in a little while and then you can see everyone who's playing as some pretty creative team names amongst them, so got to give credit for that as well. And do let me know in the live chat if the audio levels are coming through okay. Just want to make sure you guys get the best quality content available. So, round 1 coming up in about 10 minutes. Say hello if you're interested, or don't if you're not. It is indeed a premiere event. Thank you, King of Games. So although the format is getting a little bit stale at the moment, we've got a nice bunch of deck lists entered for this event. There's a little bit of variety, a little bit of spice, adding some extra flavour to your typical Adamancipator Eldritch content. We've got quite a lot actually of slightly more varied decks that are coming through for this event. After round 1 finishes, which will be at about 12 o'clock, maybe a little bit later, we will be showing off the round 1 deck breakdown graphic so you guys can see just exactly what is in this team event. Now, teams are not restricted to use the same exact list across all 3. You could have a variety. You could have one person playing Adamancipator, one playing Dinosaur, and you could have one person playing Sonic Chick Turbo if you want to play that deck. So there's plenty of variety amongst the lists as well. And it'll be very interesting to see just exactly who's going to get carried by what for this event. We do have 18 teams registered, so that is going to be 5 rounds of Swiss happening today. The first round, it will kick off in about 5 minutes, a little bit more than that. And then afterwards we'll go into a fairly long lunch break because Dueling Book does like to go down between about 12:30 and 2 PM here in the UK, so that's going to be a pretty long lunch break which will fill up with some interesting content. We've got the finals coming back from the previous YOS, so a nice have a look at what exactly can be competitive in a YOS event. And then after that we'll go into round 2 at about 2 PM, so that's about just over 3 hours from now, and then we'll be streaming the rounds sort of every hour and a half from then on. So these rounds will be 60 minutes long. And then after that players will go into 0 to 3 turns of time, just allowing them to wrap things up a little bit better. 60 minutes allowing for some more team communication going on there. I'm just having a look at the player roster. I've got to say we've got some pretty heavy hitters for this one. Be interesting to see who actually makes it into top cut because it is only top 4. I reckon there's more than 4 Premier level teams here. And we've got some great team names as well. We will be bringing those to you guys in just a little while. Thanks for confirming that the audio is good. So what does make this a Premier event? Well, the fact is, Europe hasn't had a significant 3v3 event yet. All of them have been held in America, or in a different region, so it could be the Americas, it could be just at any non-Europe region. This is the first time that Europe is receiving a proper 3v3 event, in which we're able to gather together people of a strong competitive standpoint. And they are fighting it out for a share of a £1,000 prize pool. So very, very high level stuff here. And it's going to be interesting to see just how much people fight for that share. We are also going to be giving away 3 exclusive custom playmats of a very interesting design. We've got an out-of-house artist working on them, and hopefully we'll be able to bring you the artwork for that, perhaps between rounds 1 and 2, perhaps a little bit later on. And so 3 of those playmats will be going to the winners of the event, and there's also a free prize draw which every entered team will be involved in, so there's going to be another set of playmats going out to another team. Okay guys, round one is going to be kicking off very soon, so we're going to head over to the commentary booth with the wonderful Aaron and the phenomenal Joe, or the owner of the YuGiOh channel, coming up very soon. See you guys there.
Hi everyone, welcome to the YuGiJoe online series. My name is YuGiOh. I'm also called Joe, just to make things a little bit more confusing. And I've got Aaron alongside me here, getting ready and waiting for the stream to begin.
Hello guys.
How's it going, Aaron?
I'm good, thank you. How are you? It's been a bit stressful getting this all sorted, but looking at what's going on, I think we've hopefully got there.
Yeah, we're all good. But I mean, you opted for it, right? I mean, you decided to take a little bit of lead role on things behind the scenes for those of you who aren't aware.
Yeah, so me and Joe, who's obviously YuGiJoe, we decided that we wanted to do a 3v3 because it's something Europe hasn't seen before, and we thought it'd be a bit, interesting. We may have underestimated the amount of work this would have taken, but hopefully it's going to be a great event. Hopefully we can see some good team gameplay. Yeah,
I mean, a 3v3 event to try and run that in this kind of way is such a strange thing to try and have to do. Okay, so we're starting off with, we've got Connor and I believe it's Ewan.
Yeah,
it's like Ewan, like E-Man style or something.
Yeah, so these teams, we picked this team basically because Ewan is one of my locals, and I think they have one of the best team names of Ewan needs this. So they may need this win, and obviously Ewan is going against the Disciples, so he's playing against Connor Zoo, the Disciples.
So it'll be interesting to see how these line up here. Obviously, we can see that Ewan is starting off with a bit of a water play here. So I don't know if we're just water, or are we just Mermail, or are we just Atlanteans, or something like that. I haven't checked out the deck lists personally because I'd like it to be a little bit of a surprise, as I always do with these things. But he's starting off strong here, and he's not interrupted. So it'll be interesting to see where he goes on from here. At least to say he's not interrupted. They could be thinking. Oh, okay. We're having a bit of a technical issue.
Oh dear.
One of the players can't see his screen for complete transparency here.
How? What?
So either he's got a weird medical issue that's come up at short notice, or his computer's decided not to play ball. I guess both of those are possible.
Maybe. Sometimes Duelist does have some issues. Obviously, we are running this online, and technical issues are bound to happen. However, I'm sure one of our judges will quickly really fix this issue.
Certainly, they like to throw us curveballs like this at short notice, don't they? Round one never just goes smooth and perfect. There's always
no, we can always hope. I am going to see if we have a judge to sort this.
So you're going to have to hang tight here with us, guys, a little bit. There is going to be a bit of waffling going on, which I'm perfect at. If you haven't checked out my channel, you should go and do so, because you can hear me waffle as much as you like. My name is YuGiOh, again, for those of you who haven't seen me. And I'm good at this talking nonsense business, so hopefully you enjoy that as well. But in any case, we're here to kill some time, and what I do is talk absolute rubbish. And yeah, that's what I'm continuing to do. So it does look like they're calling for a judge to try and resolve the issue here. We're just going to wait and see how this pans out. Okay, so the player is reversing the game state currently just to set things up so that it's fair and balanced. It's a nice and easy one to fix, to be honest with you, if they can get his screen up and working again. But yeah, there's only really been one movement in the match so far, so hopefully not too difficult.
I have just received a picture from Connor. His screen is literally black. So, yeah, I've got a judge on this one for you, so hopefully it should be soon. But yeah, speaking of waffling, we actually do have video together, Joe. Self-promotion on that one.
Yes, we do. Yeah, we've got you waffling on about Noble Knights. Well, Info Noble Knights, I should say.
You're welcome, Europe.
The video's doing quite well, and to be honest with you, there's a lot of people hyping it up, so yeah, it's pretty good to see. What I am noting here is that we're kind of communicating behind the scenes. There's a possibility of us switching over to a different match for the stream, so don't be surprised if that does happen, but we're going to wait and see what happens here. We'll try and keep you up to date as and when we find out more. So we have just had Aaron hop out. He is communicating in the judge lounge as we have behind the scenes to try and get things sorted. So I'm going to keep you here talking to myself, which is usually a sign of a problem. But fortunately, I've got a microphone I'm talking to and not literally myself, and that'll make things a little bit easier to keep up with. Okay, so we're going to get the other Joe in here who's going to join me on the comms. Just to make things confusing, we're going to have two Joes going at it and talking rubbish. Oh, and Aaron's back, so who knows how crazy this could get. I think Joe's probably going to opt to stay out of things for now. Okay, Aaron, so have we got any more information yet?
So what's currently happened is that Connor can't see his screen. We may need to restart the game, which is probably going to happen, and then we're going to give them a time extension for the time lost. So what will happen is this game will probably restart, and it will be fixed so that Ewan wins the dice roll goes first.
Okay, that makes sense.
Because that happened previously and before. So Ewan is going first. We'll probably go first, and then they'll play from the point of. Sometimes tech errors do happen. It's nobody's fault. It's just situations can happen, especially in the fact that we've just overloaded Dueling Book with a lot of players. So sometimes issues can happen, sometimes tech error, but we are trying to sort out as quick as possible for you guys.
Yeah, this is always a weird one as well because there's so many online tournaments at the moment. We do have a lot of issues with Dueling Book getting overloaded, to be honest with you, especially when you've got bigger events and stuff going on in the US and things like that, and they all just jump online at the same time. It can really set things off. So we're just keeping an eye on things here for you guys. Like I say, hopefully we'll have this all resolved very shortly for you.
I think we've sorted it. So what's going to happen? We're going to restart the game, and they're going to be given the same hands.
Okay, perfect, and that makes the most sense, I guess. Carry on from where we left off. I was getting really excited actually because it was a good starting line of play, and I thought that we were going to see a situation where he was uninterrupted. However, that may change, of course, if he goes for the same sort of thing. So we'll see what happens.
Yep, we're going to sort it out as quick as possible, but sometimes these happen. Apologies for the stream, guys.
As a side note, I've got a nice bit of background noise here. Aaron's just picked up a nice new microphone, so of course you can hear him type absolutely everything, which is fantastic.
Apologies.
Yeah, it's one of those things. You can't do anything about it, and unfortunately, nice keyboards sound nice all of the time. And doesn't always translate over stream, but it works. It's fine, all good. At least you know the microphone works. So we're just waiting for a bit of catch up here. For those of you who are still with us and do stick with us, this is going to be a really, really cool event. Like I say, first one, I think 3v3 in Europe. Certainly the best one by far because I'm on it, which is a really, really good start. And yeah, it should be a really, really good event. We've got some really cool teams in here. We've got some really cool players. I don't want to divulge too much in case there's any information that is being withheld for tactical reasons, but we'll go ahead and say that there is some really good players in this that we should be in for a really, really cool tournament.
Yeah, we have lots of interesting players. We've got the Disciples, which obviously are a big UK team, but we also have some of the American teams like Luxury and Game Nation here as well. So that's going to be quite interesting to see how those guys progress. We also have a team which is dedicated directly to Dueling Book.
Okay.
So they are just a Dueling Book team.
Do you think that that'll give them any kind of advantage? I guess used to playing in this environment.
Maybe. I'm unsure at the moment. I don't think it'll give them any sort of advantage, but I do think that because a lot of Dueling Book already have they have their own little teams and stuff. I think maybe they'll have an advantage of working together. So yeah, potentially.
True. I think Disciples would obviously be like if we were to pick favorites here. Of course, I don't know every team that's in this and that kind of thing. So, but I think Disciples should be in a really, really good position to do well in the tournament. Recently, we saw that crazy FTK come out of things, which if you haven't seen their videos on it, you should definitely check that out. Absolutely wild stuff. So I expect that they'll do probably quite well. As you say, if some of the American teams are in here, we might see a little bit of a show up from them as well.
Hopefully. I think we have maybe one pure American team, and then we have a couple of American players who are sharing teams with some European guys. So maybe.
Okay, so we are going to get a change on the stream shortly, just the visuals. We are going to be back with you properly in the next few moments. Hopefully, we can have this all resolved for you soon. So let's talk a little bit about archetypes and representation and all of that. I don't have the stats to hand. I know that the plan is to bring them a little later on. I don't know if you've had any sneak peeks in there at all.
No, we don't have any at all. So we decided we're going to save sort of we're going to potentially see some. Obviously, we have our usual Adamancipator Eldritch sort of combos. But I think this variant is going to be quite. It's going to be quite a varied format from what I'm looking at right now.
I certainly hope so. I mean, the last one we were on, I can't remember if Multi-Faker had gone back to 3 yet or not.
Yes, it did.
It did. Okay, so potentially we're going to see whether that's made any difference slightly longer term. I'm not convinced it will make all that much difference.
I do know there is a team which is playing players. There is a team which are playing multiple versions of Altergeist. Multiple Altergeist in the same team. So potentially it's going to be quite interesting. That's what I meant.
You threw me off there for a second. I'm like, multiple versions of Altergeist?
There's only one.
Different? It's flip, trap, multi-faker.
Imperm, multi-fakers, and myth.
Yeah, okay. I've been on the sad receiving end of these things way too many times. I'll certainly not hide my distaste for Altergeist. I certainly think it's slightly higher tier than the other helmet decks out there, but we won't get into that. That's a wormhole we don't want to go down.
I don't know. I think Altergeist definitely has a lot more playability to compare to a lot of the helmet decks. I think there is a lot of there are a lot more helmet versions of helmet decks, I should probably say.
Yeah, I mean, we've got, for example, Guru, Adamancipator. Let's be honest, we'll just call them helmet decks. I'm probably insulting half of the viewers here.
No comment, officer.
I'm just kidding. But yeah, no, I think, you know what? It's interesting. I did a video on Altergeist recently. It has changed my opinion a little bit on the deck. Not the kind of deck that I would play myself, but certainly a little bit more thought goes into things than I gave it credit for before. There's definitely some that fall further down on the rungs of helmet. But yeah, it's one of those.
Yeah, of course.
So let's go back again to what we were talking about earlier. So Infernoble Knights. So tell us a little bit about them, because you must be pretty excited. It'll drop in soon.
I'm not sure when we get. I think our sort of like sneak peek event for them. Whatever they call them now. I believe it's like sneak preview events now. They are at the end of the month or the start of next month. I believe it's relatively soon. I believe they drop next month finally. I believe.
Okay.
However, Infernoble Knights are potentially going to be, I'd heavily suggest they're going to be a tier 1 deck. It uses synergy from the old sort of Noble Knight stuff, so we're talking like Chalice and Glory, which obviously were quite good in terms of their own sort of deck. They were really, really broken in old Noble Knights, but giving sort of a searcher to the entire deck for Infernoble Knights makes it absolutely insane.
Yeah, I've seen. I mean, I've been at the receiving end on these very streams actually of when Infernoble Knights goes off, and it's quite interesting. Never did I think I'd be saying that Noble Knights would be a good option for a format.
I mean, I've said always they're not in a bad place in terms of format wise. They do have some really interesting strategies in terms of like protect the castle, because obviously that is the whole point of the deck. The old deck. But the issue with it is it couldn't really put up any sort of interruption on your opponent's turn, and that's sort of what the deck lacked. Because I was crying out multiple times for an equipped spell for Noble Knights, which said you can activate their effects on opponent's turn.
Yeah.
Crying out for that because you can't really do anything with a king that just gets kaiju'd. So Infernoble Knights have the ability to put up sort of negate boards and have the ability to play on your opponent's turn, which is something Noble Knights have always lacked. Infernoble Knights completely throw that format out the window. And you can put up, I think the max negates you ever got was 3 plus a king pop, and still having 6 cards in hand, so it's pretty good.
So in a little way, the old Noble Knights, although I know they don't play the same, in a weird roundabout way, they're like Orcust, but without the field spell. They sort of just do things on their own turn that doesn't really do enough. But with that in play, they can actually play during the opponent's turn and become a hell of a lot more effective.
Yeah, so potentially you may see some action on stream now. We are going to restart this game, I believe now. We're just having a bit of issues explaining to both players. And obviously, we're doing this a bit weird. We are, instead of having... we're having a bit of a sort of different format of how we run these internally. So what happened before is that we would have tables going on, and each player would be in a table with their opponent. But what's happening for the 3v3 event, because we decided that 3v3 communication with teams is obviously the most important part, and being able to see, sort of the game states of every player in your team, we have decided that each team has their own sort of chat where they can basically only those members of the team can see that chat. They can also stream the games within their own little like chat as well, so they can help each other. And then they are communicating with their opponent how any normal player would, by communicating on Duel and Book. So it's a bit of a strange one, and that's why communication with players and judges is taking a bit more time than it usually would, because a judge can't pop in to one chat and do it. They have to bring them to their own room and then sort the issue out there. However, this was sort of the closest we could get to an authentic 3v3 experience online, and obviously on Discord, because it's a bit of a... Obviously, we're still in a bit of a current situation with quarantine and lockdown, etc. So this is sort of the best thing we could do, especially because I think it's really cool. You can be team members with someone, you know, across Europe or across the world. I think that's really interesting.
Yeah, it certainly adds another angle to things, and I think it's a really interesting undertaking, this whole, how do we, close as we possibly can, replicate this 3v3 experience that we might see at an actual event.
Yeah.
And people are excited for it as well.
Yeah, it was interesting. We decided that this would be the best way possible. I think we sort of got as close as we possibly could. It took a lot of work and a lot of chat between me and Joe. So, yeah.
Yeah, I think it works quite nicely. I mean, there's always going to be a chance for looking at things and going, okay, we can improve this area here, or we can maybe do this better next time. It'll be interesting as well, because this will be a good exercise for long term. We don't know with the whole, and you know, getting onto the sore subject of COVID, we don't know what kind of situation we're going to find ourselves in down the line. And it's better to be prepared for these kind of scenarios, and this kind of exercise gives us a chance to see how we could do things, maybe.
Yeah, it's definitely interesting. We've had a lot of online events before. Obviously, this is the third YuGiJoe event, and this one's obviously a tiny bit different. Yeah.
It is worth noting that the players are just readying up again to get started, so we should be able to resume the play for you all momentarily.
Okay, so what's happened in this game state is that Connor has been given a game 1 loss due to, we counted it as a tech error, unfortunately, which sort of sucks for Connor. However, it was either that or they're going to fix their hands, and then there was claims of potentially being able to view each other's hands on replays. So we had to do the most fair option that only Connor was malfunctioning, so Connor is given the game loss, which is unfortunate. However, these things do happen.
Yeah, it is one of those technical challenges of this kind of thing. It is unfortunate that he's had to lose his game 1. But, you know, there's still 2 to play for, and he's a perfectly capable player, so he should be in a good position to actually do quite well. Like we say, unfortunate that he's had to effectively take a loss there. Oh.
No.
You couldn't make it up. You couldn't make it up. We've potentially got some issues here again with Connor's screen. Maybe he needs a new computer.
Yeah. We are going to see if it's one-sided, because it may be just a Connor issue. However, I don't think it's an issue with Ewan, because I've seen Ewan's screen.
Yeah.
Ooh, we're going to sort this again. Excuse me, I'm going to put myself on mute.
So if I'm not mistaken, guys, if you're not sure of how DB works, I'm pretty sure it's all Flash-based now, which, unless they've changed that recently, which does bring its own challenges, of course, because, you know, it's considered relatively insecure. There are issues. This is the tech in me talking out, so you'll have to pardon my nerdiness going on here, but that's exactly what it is, and that's potentially why we're seeing the issues here. There could be more to it than that. I'm not entirely sure. But just know that it does bring some of its own issues, and this is the kind of thing that we do have some issues with. Unfortunately, we don't have a Konami approved streaming option to play online. So of course we have to make do with what there is available. Unless you guys want to play Duel Links, which I'm all for.
Yu-Gi-Oh! Bam!
Yu-Gi-Oh! Bam!
You've never played Yu-Gi-Oh! Bam?
I've never played Yu-Gi-Oh! Bam. Tell me about Yu-Gi-Oh! Bam.
Yu-Gi-Oh! Bam was a Facebook game which closed down in 2018. It was essentially, well, what it was sort of like, obviously Yu-Gi-Oh! Is a battle game. However, battle games, it was basically the attack of every single monster was a tenth of what it was before.
Right.
So it was sort of that sort of stuff, but they counted like damage counters on it as well, which was a bit weird. Nobody really played Yu-Gi-Oh! Bam, as far as I'm aware.
I haven't heard of it, put it that way.
Yu-Gi-Oh! Bam Facebook games. It was an interesting sort of system. We also had Yu-Gi-Oh! Dual Generation as well, which closed down, or is closing down recently, which is also a Facebook game. And then there was another one I can't remember, but obviously they all followed the same sort of premise of, the Farmville sort of mechanic where it's gems and coins and what was it, energy and stuff, where you could only use certain, you could only do how many certain things at a time. Which a lot of people, obviously, if you want to play Yu-Gi-Oh, you don't really want to be forced to stop when your theoretical energy runs out.
Yeah, it's one of the things that sets this game apart from the others, I think, is that you can just go off. Like, your resources are as good as your hand.
It was an interesting concept. They tried to follow the same sort of Farmville mechanic, but it wasn't ideal. So,
I mean, I think really the next step for these kind of potential ways that we could try and play Yu-Gi-Oh! A little bit differently is if we all got motorcycles and we played on motorcycles.
So, if I told you that there is a store in Japan who is trying this, would you believe me? Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
Is this a thing?
So there is a store in Tokyo. I think it's in Tokyo. I assume it's in Tokyo, but they have a working door runner in the store. It is built as a like sort of a statue. However, it is a fully working it's a fully working dual runner.
Excellent.
Excellent. But obviously, we are getting quite close to sort of that augmented AI stuff, because obviously we had the release of Yu-Gi-Oh! Neuron this week in Japan. Have you heard of Yu-Gi-Oh! Neuron? Is it Neuron Network?
Yeah, Neuron. It's like the app, right? So you can, do all the cool stuff. It seems quite nice, to be fair.
Yeah, it's really cool. I've seen a couple of people testing it. However, it's not really that available to us in the US and EU at the moment. There are people who manage to get it. And to be fair, from what I've seen, it's quite accurate in terms of being able to scan your cards. It's quite accurate.
So I think for me, one of the cool things with this is that we can pull up the text of the card, right? So if you've got a foreign copy of a card, you can...
Yeah. But obviously the issue with it is obviously it's currently only Japanese. So if you can read Japanese, then well done. But unfortunately...
Now the question is, can it read the astral language that we've just had Utopia announced in?
I'm gonna go with maybe, because what happens is, as far as I'm aware, regarding that the Yu-Gi-Oh! Neuron, is it has a database of pictures, and it will attempt to match the pictures as best as possible. It'll attempt to match the pictures as best as possible to the card, and then give you the result as best as possible. So do you know what I mean? It's sort of like reference it to a network.
Yeah, so it's not actually like translating anything, it's just picking up an image and going, here's our database of this card.
Yeah, which is quite interesting, to be fair. I personally think it's quite late this has sort of happened. I expected something like this a couple of years ago.
Mm-hmm.
But that's sort of there are a lot of internal issues with having stuff like that, because obviously the tech behind it must be quite interesting and quite difficult to understand. However, there are always issues regarding copyright policies and etc., which will probably have something to do with it. I don't think we'll ever see a European release of it, which is a shame. However, I'm sure somebody out there will attempt to translate it.
That would be nice. I think it's a really cool, like, if you're at an event and you want to read the text of a card, there's nothing worse than grabbing your opponent's card and going, this is in a language I don't understand.
Well, obviously, we're in a bit of a situation now where we're actually not allowed to do that.
Yes, that's also true. So that's the other thing is, this could potentially allow for us to have a hands-off approach, which may be something to consider, in that we can pull out our phone, which we have touched, nobody else has touched, scan our opponent's card, and we can bring up all the text.
Yeah. Yeah, it's interesting. I really want to see it progress, but I don't think we'll ever, like I said, I don't think we'll ever see a European release for a long time at least. But yeah, so what's also really interesting is that Japan, as far as I'm aware, have an ability right now to submit deck lists over the internet.
Yes.
Which I believe the YuGiOh Neuron app actually allows them to submit them directly, or have a copy of a file they can send directly, which is really cool. I think we're a bit behind that for Europe as well, or America as well, but I know that is potentially being talked about. So we may see that too at some point.
We do have the facility to create deck lists using the database, which I've done myself. There's definitely a few ways that we could maybe brush up on that and that kind of thing. But I think that will come with time. Hopefully, though, this new app will give us a chance to sort of speed that process up and patch over some of the cracks maybe a little bit. If we do get it, of course. We're talking hypotheticals here.
Yeah,
it's a cool concept.
So what's happening is I'm getting words back from the team is that we restarted the match again and Connor has switched to a different laptop. So the game is currently on its way at the moment, so I think you should be able to view it right now.
Yeah, so I pulled it up now, so we're just we're going, okay, yes, so they've started up, so we should see the match action continue from here. So worth noting that Connor is one down.
Yep, so Connor can see his screen, which is great. Yeah, we're getting somewhere. We are better than where we are, or where we were before. Okay, so we see a Veiler on the Adamantium Reset, so we could tell right now that Connor is playing Adamantium. So that was really easy. And then obviously we know right now that Ewan is playing a version of Water.
Yeah, so we've got Halka Fibrax coming down here. It looks like it's popping. And okay, this is interesting.
So he summons the O-Lion from the hand, which is technically a neg 1, which is quite unfortunate.
But he's given him
he's given him the Okie. And what's he taken? Nibiru.
Ooh, good swap.
That is nasty.
That's a good little switcheroo there.
So Connor wouldn't. Oh, so we know right now Connor wouldn't have had any negates to play around that Nibiru before hitting his 5th summon. So that was incredibly powerful.
Just goes to show these smart lines of play that these advanced players of the game can go through. Sort of prep for these kind of scenarios when they come up.
Opening that exchange. Wow. Opening exchange there was incredible.
Pretty godlike.
Yeah, so taking like I said, I don't think Connor would have had any. He couldn't have established a negate before hitting the Nibiru off of Ewan. So that was yikes, yikes.
Big yikes from me.
Yeah, that was incredible.
Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and see probably the full combo here. You would expect
Metal Marcher. We'll go straight to Metal Marcher. Yep. Metal Marcher target O-Lion.
Okay. Token generation is go and...
Oh no, he's target. I completely forgot that Analyzer was a tuner. My bad.
So this should get his everything going now, right? He should be pretty much full combo from here.
This is full combo as far as I'm aware.
So it'll be interesting now to see, because he will know what his opponent has, so there's no playing blind here. If you're Ewan and you know that you don't have an interrupt, would you potentially just scoop here?
Maybe. Oh, he's gonna summon block. I was gonna say he doesn't have access to block drag, and then I realised he can just equip block drag with Union Carrier. Jesus. Jeez.
I'm surprised this card didn't get hit on the list, to be entirely truthful with you.
I can understand why it didn't and why it would. There are a lot of different reasons regarding that. But you know, we don't make the decisions on that, sadly.
Yeah, I guess it's one of those things where, I mean, we can go back to that sort of mentality of we didn't necessarily have an actual format, because these online events that we're seeing here don't really affect the way Konami does things, and understandably so, because you know, it's not an official way of playing, so therefore it doesn't have any official impact on the game.
That's true. We do have to take account that they may sometimes consider the online format when balancing, but we can't really be sure of that. So what we see is that, just going back to the game, is that we see that Ewan, so Connor made Dweller, had the block dragon search, and that was sort of it. So obviously Connor knew what Ewan was playing, because obviously he revealed his I believe it was the Neptibus.
Yeah.
Prince Neptibus. So he knew he was playing some sort of water variant. And obviously, again, viewing the exchange as well gave Connor perfect knowledge of Ewan's hand, and obviously losing that Nibiru sucked.
Yeah, I mean, that and Valen would probably have been his only kind of you would imagine his only kind of interrupts. Like, if you were to mathematically guess, he probably had 2 interrupts in his hand, would be pretty fair.
Yeah, to be fair as well, what's really interesting is that would have probably sealed the game as well for you, and getting that Nibiru off, which is quite unfortunate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so the siding is done.
So obviously we're going to see Ewan go first. So I believe Ewan's deck, because obviously I have access to all the lists. Ewan's deck is a potential hand loop deck, so we may see some interact. Oh wow! Going straight into the deep sea diva. Do we see a? I believe if Connor doesn't have another way of interruption, this is full combo hand loop, just off summoning diva.
There we go.
Do we see another interruption? No.
Been approved. The classic, I'll allow it.
So we obviously know that Connor's hand does not contain another effect veiler, so that eliminates one potential thing here.
Yep.
What's
so
the
this will be quite interesting.
Yeah, sorry. So what do you think the likeliness is of Connor opening more than one hand trap?
Okay, so again, you go back to maths. If you were to guesstimate, because we can't see hands, he's possibly got another interrupt here. The question is how does the water deck deal with any other possible interrupts here? I don't know enough about the... okay.
So Ewan got to view Connor's hand with Minstrel, I believe.
And that was his other interrupt that I'd kind of assumed he would have?
Yeah, so Ewan took out the Nibiru with the Minstrel effect. So Ewan now has full ability of Connor's hand. So obviously we're probably going to see him just go straight into Mulan and then just rip the rest of his cards out of his hand.
Yeah, it's an interesting situation. I guess he could maybe have more interrupts, seeing as he hasn't scooped yet.
Well, I'd debate that mainly because Ewan has seen Connor's hand because of the Minstrel, so he knows what he's playing around at this point.
Yeah, of course.
So he hits the Researcher and hits a... Oh, wow, okay. Whoa. Jesus.
Just going to go ahead and get it out of the way now, I guess.
Wow, that is... Desktop 001 triggers, token generator. Yeah.
So let's just see how this works out here. I mean, Connor must think that he's got some line of play because he's still playing.
Well, so token generator you can trigger from the graveyard as well.
Yeah.
Which is quite an interesting mechanic on token generator. I'm not really sure where Ewan can go from this though. Is there any play you can think of? I don't really know the water deck that well. Do you?
No, and this is exactly where I was going to go with this, because it was one that I'd seen hotly tipped by a few far better players than I am. And they were sort of said that this was going to be the deck, and we haven't seen it happen. So it'll be interesting to see if it does have that kind of power that they anticipated that it would have.
Well, I'm fully aware that Ewan would have done full combo if that wasn't a token generator.
Yeah.
So it's a bit unfortunate that Ewan didn't hit the potential other card, but obviously he knew these playing around token generators. So I wouldn't be concerned. I wouldn't be that concerned. So he definitely has the Nibiru. So do you think he'd be going straight into Granite and then potentially searching another one of his extenders here?
Yeah, I mean, that's, you would assume, based on what he's only got 2 cards in hand. He's probably going to want to see another option to play with here.
Okay, so we see an Imperm on the Gallic Granite. So Connor's used his normal summon on the Quakimeru Guardian. He's going to kill the Moulin, which means Ewan doesn't have a battle phase next turn.
It does put him in a reasonable position. I mean, battle doesn't quite determine as much as it used to, but even still, you know, cutting your opponent off from a potential way of killing you in one turn when you're quite short already seems like a sensible way to go.
Yeah, so what's interesting is that Connor has placed a card opposite Ewan's other set card, so we can potentially assume that they may be impermanence.
Or he's bluffing.
Potentially. So if this is impermanence, we'll probably see it on the Halki Firebrax here, but obviously if Ewan's is an impermanence as well, he can also just change the Gallant Granite and negate his opponent's impermanence.
Okay, so we got Connor here saying he's thinking, so we are going to have to take a minute. Again, could be a bluff for all we know, but it could also legitimately be an imperm, in which case he's going to put himself in a really solid position here by stopping basically the back row and the Halka Firebrax in one go.
Yeah, so what's really interesting about this is that Ewan can also potentially get help from his team as well here, so we are allowing that in this format. And obviously Connor may have discussed that with his team. It may not just be a decision made by Connor, it may be a decision made by the team, so that goes through.
So we are seeing the play go through. This kind of makes me feel like it's not an impermanence and potentially just a not necessarily a non-reactive card, but certainly a possible bluff.
Yeah, so what you also have to consider is that Ewan hasn't used his normal summon yet.
That's true.
Ewan hasn't used his normal summon yet, so potentially it could be an imperm waiting for something like the Deep Sea Diva.
Yeah, that's true. Again, you know, we're talking about players who are certainly better than I am at this game, so I imagine they are pretty well thought ahead of time. Okay, they were just correcting something here. Yeah, okay. So I think he wanted to reverse the play and was told categorically that's not happening.
So we see no effect of the Mecha Phantom Beast Auroradon to stop the Jet Synchron, discarding the Deep Sea Minstrel. Where do you think Ewan's going to go from here?
I don't know. I mean, you would think that ideally he'd want the tokens, but of course we have Token Boy in the graveyard that's going to stop that.
Again, there's no difference. I'm suggesting not to use the effect of the Token Collector. Obviously stops Connor from getting another level 4 Earth.
Mm-hmm.
So what we're going to see, we're going to see the Gallant Grant. We're going to see the Access Code Talker. So you've spoke about Access Code Talker a little bit on your market watches, I believe. So if you want to give the players sort of what Access Code Talker does, that'd be great. Yeah,
so Access Code Talker is a bit of a weird one in that, honestly, I feel in a lot of ways it power creeps a lot of the other good options for Link 4 that we have out there. In particular, Boral Sword. It doesn't do quite as much damage, but it does get very big. So at the moment it'll have gained, I think it's 3,000 attack it'll have gained. So we're going to be circa 6k attack. It also has the ability where it can banish links. I think it's of different attributes from the graveyard, and pop cards on the field for that, essentially. So that's probably what we're going to... Oh, okay. So let's see where this goes from here. But yeah, basically, Access Code Talker, it's almost like a modern version of Dark Arm Dragon. That's the way I think of it.
That is true. So this is going to be a bit awkward because we've given Connor a rock monster, and then he also gains the effect of Token Collector because a token was summoned.
So this could actually put Connor in a really strong position, despite the fact that the tide was definitely against him early on.
Yes, I think potentially losing that battle phase is quite... Oh, wow, okay. He draws the Ash Blossom to go into the Halki Fibrex. If Ewan doesn't have a response here, then
No.
the Ash will be... Okay.
But it is worth noting that Ewan only has one card in play. As far as I know, he doesn't have anything reactive in his graveyard.
Not as far as I can see.
So it could very well depend on what he draws here as to how he can play.
Quite curious.
So he is looking at his graveyard, so it'll be interesting to see whether that's a telltale sign of what he's got in his hand, really.
Ooh.
We all know in modern Yu-Gi-Oh! That set and pass is not a good sign.
Ooh. It's a bit unfortunate for you in here.
Mm-hmm.
It's a bit unfortunate.
And it did look like things were going really in his favor quite early on, but I think hitting that token collector for number 1 and number 2 losing the Mooling Glacier has actually potentially put him in quite a bad position here.
Yeah, but what you have to understand is that that Connor could have potentially had up to 3 hand traps in his hand, which is insane. We thought we'd only see 2, which is quite unfortunate. But obviously, it's a random chance with Mooling Glacier because that token collector could have stayed in his hand and done the exact same thing.
Yeah, but I mean, you'd rather hit a... I guess it depends on what the other card is. Like, you know, not having perfect knowledge of the situation, and not knowing what the other card is. Sometimes it could be better in grave, sometimes it could be better in hand. And if you're hitting one that's out of hand that doesn't want to be in the grave, then he loses his last resource to clear up the play, if that makes sense. So he'd be 1 more resource down if the card in his hand would have been worse off in the grave.
So we have 2 sets for Connor and Ewan as well. Whoa, okay. Please be
okay.
Ewan, please.
Okay.
Oh, Ewan. It's not an imperm. It is not an imperm. Because it would have just changed the imperm to an imperm.
Yeah, of course. So my call that was potentially a bluff. Yeah, okay, I got that one wrong.
That is unfortunate.
Mirror Force?
No. I want to know what I do want to know what Ewan's set card, because I predicted that was an impermanence.
Okay, and there we have it. It's wrapped up after things after things going against Connor from the get-go, technical issues and all, he's somehow clawed it back.
That was, I think the exchange in game 2 clenched that. Obviously, taking away Ewan's Nibiru, that would have absolutely stopped Connor in his tracks, and then the token collector game 3 was probably the deciding factor there. Yeah, it was interesting seeing the token collector. We've heard a lot of hype about token collector, but I've never really seen it play. But it was nice to get sort of an insight there on token collector.
Token Collector was an interesting one because when it first came out, really the only thing you'd hit with it was Scapegoat, right?
Yeah.
And now all of a sudden we've seen so many new token generators brought into the TCG in such a short period of time that it's actually something to really consider using. And even as a one-off, because there's so many different ways to dump it into the grave so that it's live all the time. And of course, opening it and your opponent knocking it into the grave for you is always quite nice and handy. But, you know, it's one of those situations where it's potentially got more and more power over time, depending on what cards come out.
Yeah, so we saw it initially, I believe, as a sneak peek promo.
Yes, that's correct.
And I don't remember what set it was from. Was it from what's the set that
Was it Soul Fusion?
oh, is it Soul Fusion?
Or did it come out in Soul Fusion?
They come out in the same set because it was an Ultra and a Common, I believe, in the same set.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because, well, you get the sneak, don't you? Yes, you get the Ultra and then the Common, the set. Is it the set following? I don't remember.
I'm going to check.
In either case, I'm pretty sure there's definitely some connection with Soul Fusion there. I'm pretty sure.
It may have been Soul Fusion. It may have been Soul Fusion. It is Soul Fusion. Yeah. So it came as I lie. It came as a rare in Soul Fusion and an ultra rare as the movie promo.
Okay, so there's, it's one of those where around Soul Fusion time there wasn't a lot that was going on with that we would, necessarily hit with that other than Scapegoat, and you could argue whether there was better ways to deal with that at the time, but also Scapegoat got hit very shortly afterwards, if I'm not mistaken.
It did. It got put to 2 and then put to 1. I believe it's currently at 1.
Which, to be fair, for a card like that is, makes sense. It's Scapegoat's really broken in the modern game. Yeah.
So we have results from the rest of this match, that the Disciples have won this game. Won this round 2-1. So that's a bit unfortunate for Team You and Needs This. I love that name. Yeah, so the Disciples take this round 2-1 overall, so I believe that Connor won, and I believe Gabe won, and I know Gabe is potentially playing what Gabe is currently famous for.
Yeah, and it's not hard to find that information out there, to be honest with you. But if it's as good as they say it is, there's not really a way to stop it.
Yeah, so potentially giving 2 players that sort of deck would be ideal. And then give him one. Obviously, Connor may not be confident on the FTK, but we can see. Cause obviously, we see he's really competent on Advanced Pay at the moment. So I think we're going to end the commentary for round 1 there. Unless there's anything else you want to say, Joe?
No, that's pretty much it for me for now. Thank you very much for joining us, Duelists. Hopefully you've enjoyed round 1, despite the technical issues that we've had along the way. I personally am going to be back later on today, probably around 5 o'clock. It is worth noting that we do have a short lunch break coming up, so as to mitigate some more potential technical issues. Anything from you, Aaron, before we go?
No, I hope you guys enjoyed the event. We've worked quite hard on this, and we'll be back. We'll be back later. And I think me and you will be commentating some other rounds as well together. So hopefully I will see you Duelists then. I'll see you later. And hopefully you guys are back to join us for round 2.
Hey guys, just to give you a little bit more information, so as Aaron and Joe said, we have just finished round 1, or we're finishing up round 1. So we saw there the Disciples taking a victory, and in the meantime, as we prepare for round 2, there is a known time between about 12:30 and 2 PM when Julian likes to crash. So try and avoid a huge disconnect. In the meantime, we're going to show you guys the finals from the previous YOS. So I hope you guys enjoy. That will be up very shortly. Alright, let's bring back up those visuals.
Wonderful.
So thankfully they haven't actually switched sides. We
That's
still
good
got
for it.
Ash on the bottom for me with Adamancipator and Nicholas on the top with his Mech Knight Invoke strategy, sporting the lovely Rainbow Neos, the preemptor to the Dark Dragoons, I reckon.
So we see Adamancipator is going to go first here. So was it? Do you think it's a wise choice to play something like Mech Knight Invoke, considering if you lose the dice roll, you can go second, and if you win the dice roll, you can pick to go second.
Yeah, I think it's not bad. The only issue is
Breaking boards, I assume.
yeah, how easy is it for these players to break the opposing boards? Because we see Nicholas is going second. Does he have the power in his deck to break through whatever Hash's board is with only 4 cards left in hand?
Thing is, though, we also have to figure out. We also have to respect the fact that he's been going against Adamancipator players all day and going against the same sort of board, so he must know how to break them at this point, or at least have a shot at breaking the standard Adamancipator board.
Yeah, you'd hope so. But then
We can dream.
Based on the actual deck breakdown for our event, there is actually the chance that perhaps Nicholas just hasn't played very many Adamancipator throughout the event.
That is true. However, I assume he wouldn't have picked the deck without testing it against Adamancipator. And you know, he's been at the top tables for most of the day, and that is arguably been a 50-50% split of Adamancipator and Eldritch. So he probably has a lot of experience trying to break through these sort of types of boards.
So with the researcher going off now, what does it hit?
It hits
nothing, right?
No.
Because they're all tuners, unfortunately.
Yeah, he hit a double analyzer and a petting Sesua.
And an Ash, I think it was.
Yes, it was, yes. I think it was an Imperm as well. I think he hit.
It's okay though, because he's got the Seeker to get himself to the Guardian now, so a little bit extra protection if he needs it.
That's pretty good though. Couldn't have really asked for any better, I don't think.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's kind of interesting that when Adamancipator cards were first announced, lots of people looked at it as a synchro deck.
Yes, they did, yes.
And then missed out on the opportunity to go into the full needle fiber Linkross combos type thing that we're now used to. But I suppose at the time we didn't know if we were going to get Hockey Fibrex.
That was true. I like the style of Adamancipator in terms of, oh wow, it was an Imperm on the...
Two hand traps so far.
I'm a big fan of the Adamantipator style artwork because it's like they're actually doing what the cards are doing, if that makes sense. Like they're actually digging for those rocks. I think that's really cool.
Yeah, that's a really nice.
I think that's really
bit of
cool.
fun.
Yeah.
Do you know which way around it went? Did they design the cards first and then do the artwork, or was it the other way around?
I'm unsure. That's something. I believe they go hand in hand. I believe.
Yeah.
Obviously they have ideas for decks. And then the artwork stand around that. So I assume it's effects first, then artwork. But if they have a really cool, piece of artwork, then they can get some.
Yeah. So here's the light stage. Haven't seen this card in competitive play for a long time.
I didn't even know he played light stage. I missed that in his tech list.
Well, it's
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, it's a nice way to get multiple monsters on the field, isn't it?
Well, it's that, and it's also the fact it's a pin as well.
Yes.
Like a pin for a back row, which is really strong. It forces things like a Quera, which is really cool.
And here it's forcing the Appaloosa.
That's fair enough. I mean, hopefully he has like an Alistair or a Mech Knight and a set card, which would be really cool. Because against a lot of boards, a Mech Knight and an Alistair is actually getting through a lot of things.
Yeah.
Like straight up, which is incredible. So hopefully he's drawn something he can get into that Alistair with. Or a Mech Knight at least.
It's not looking like if you look at card advantage wise, 5 cards on
cool.
Nicholas's side.
There we go.
Yeah.
There's my favourite monster in the game, Alistair. Actually, no, I lied. No, it's my second favourite monster. There you go.
What's your favourite monster?
Mild Turkey.
Obviously.
Yeah, you have to ask.
No, I didn't have to ask, but I just
Yeah.
to make sure
Mild
our viewers are well informed.
Mild Turkey. I lost count at 10,000.
You have 10,000.
Yeah, I lost count after that. I stopped counting.
Wow.
If anyone who wants to send me mild turkeys, thanks. I think that'd be nice. So, what's probably going to happen is he's going to go into Almirage and potentially summon a Mech Knight underneath the Almirage. Or he's going to go straight into... Oh, there we go, he's going to get a +1 off that.
Absolutely right there.
And then he may turn the Almirage into... what's it called? There's a light normal monster. There's a light link monster that requires only a Cyberse monster.
Yeah, I'm forgetting the name right now as well.
Yeah, so am I.
It's alright, we'll look it up while they're debating.
Yeah,
Secure
either way.
Gardener, is that it?
Secure Garden, that is him. So you can turn into, and it's obviously it makes Alistair one card per card,
Yes.
which is really strong.
So it's interesting, he's not opting to use the blue sky effect because he doesn't want to get hit by this Guardian, I imagine.
Potentially. Yes.
Okay. Yeah, so you can go battle phase.
Yes.
Can you kill the Guardian at the moment? No, it can't be destroyed by battle because of the block dragon here.
That's correct.
Okay. So I mean, he is clearing up the board a little bit. The only issue for him right now is the fact that block dragon will still be in play. And he's not really... Nicholas isn't really gaining access to the engine in the way that he wants to just yet. Like, he hasn't been able to resolve his Invoker or his Blue Sky effects.
Well, I'd argue that the block dragon isn't really a big concern for Nicholas, because he can make Macabre and just negate it because we know he has the Korribane in hand. So he definitely has a monster negate in hand.
No, but he's passed.
What?
Because he he couldn't resolve the Alistair.
The Alistair. Oh,
so he
right,
couldn't get the invocation.
No, I thought he resolved it.
No.
That's unfortunate.
So he's facing down IP with Block Dragon resolving for 3.
We only could have hoped he had an invocation in hand.
Yeah. When will we see the ban, Konami?
Of what? Alistair invocation?
No, the block.
Oh, block dragon. I was like, Alistair's fine. Soon, please. Thank you.
Beta the Magnet Warrior. Gotta love these classic cards involved in the 2020 meta.
I love when people play silly stuff like this. I remember my favourite one was Jack's Knight and Dark Witch in Monarchs. There were some good ones.
Have some powerful effects as well. Alpha, Beta, and Gamma meld as one to form a powerful monster. That's the text from Beta there.
I was a big fan when they got their like Magnet Warrior support in the structure decks.
Yeah.
But it just got outshadowed by ABC, did it? Let's be honest.
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah. Did the analyzer hit anything?
It doesn't look like it.
Oh, did they research it? Oh, the research hit Doki Doki. That's fine. Sorry, Seeker hit Doki Doki. That is big pluses.
Yeah,
right
it's
now.
not bad.
Bigger pluses.
So Nicholas clearly thinks he's still got something in this, and he's not going for the early scoop here.
So there is a potential you may have something, but it doesn't look like it anymore.
I wonder if, also maybe Nicholas's deck is better at pushing small amounts of damage when necessary, in which case you might want a longer game 1 in the attempt to try and get into turns of time for game 2, but it's quite difficult.
I'd argue that Mech Knight Invoke, the actual deck, doesn't really need to do chip damage, because cards like Purgatrio exist.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't say he wants to OTK. No, he's gonna do that. Okay.
Yeah.
So what do you think we'll see coming in from Nicholas here?
Well, let me pull up the list. Here we go. So, I'd 100% expect Dark Rule no more.
Yep.
Do you think that evenly has value here?
I'd argue in a sense it has value just because of how easily the invoke deck can actually make Macabre now, because like I said, it is just an Alistair.
Yeah.
But like I said, you have to balance whether the fact that does he just want to OTK him or does he want to break the board? Because arguably you can't really break the board of an Adamancipator player because they're just going to get it back, or they probably would have already had it back next turn.
Yeah.
Or sorry, that turn, just because Block Dragon is a card. So I'd assume the Dark Rulers may have come in, but I'd be question as to why he would use them, mainly just because I think Nicholas's deck just wants to OTK as quick as possible.
So this is interesting. So Nicholas is actually going first, giving the opponent what I will assume is the light stage.
Yes, so there is a possibility that Nicholas can actually set up VFD.
Oh, nice. Okay, yeah.
Sorry, True King of All Calamities, I should say. But also, we also have the fact that he's playing trap cards, which he probably would have sided in, like there can only be one, and Judgment.
Yes. Yeah, those are very real possibilities now.
Yeah, which is a very strong possibility for knowing you're going to be forced to go first. So hopefully he has the Invocation here, because I'd feel like that is quite a big loss if he doesn't.
Yeah. He hasn't got into secure card yet, but we'll see.
Yeah, I think this may be a loss for Nicholas if he doesn't have the Invocation.
Can't count him out just yet. We're gonna hope he has something.
I'm not trying to be mean, but you know.
Yeah, it's a tough situation for him.
Yeah, not having Invocation, especially against Adamancipator going who we know they're going second, is insane. So here's some.
Here.
He's got it. Wonderful. So what he can do is he can make he's going to make Macabre, but I've noticed in Nicholas' list he isn't actually playing. He's not actually playing the Dark Fusion.
Oh, Kaliga, yeah.
Yeah, which is I'm quite surprised about because.
I think he was trying to do the declare effect there and just accidentally send it to grave.
I'm quite surprised because Kaliga's really good. Yeah, he's right. It's not cost. They were discussing in chat whether the discard of Alistair is cost, and it's not.
Yeah.
So right now he actually can make VFD.
Yeah.
Because he'll just turn the Alistair into the Alistair and the Korriban he just discarded into another Macabre, and then potentially overlay into VFD.
Yeah. Okay.
So VFD is a possibility here.
And does Ash have anything that combats that? I'm just having a look at his side deck now. He's got the Nibiru's. He's got the token collectors, which obviously do nothing here.
No, absolutely nothing here, yeah.
A few cards for going first, but he's also sided Lanciers, but obviously he hasn't drawn those.
Link Cross, that's interesting. What tokens are they? Are they gaming tokens?
They are light level 1 0 0 Cyburst tokens.
No, I mean the design.
Oh, sorry.
I mean token design. Are they gaming tokens? I've never seen those.
I haven't seen them before either. But he can go into the Macabre, as you said. Do you think he'll do anything with the remaining token and the link cross on field?
I'm looking at his list as well. I don't think there's much he can make apart from Verte Anaconda.
But I mean, that's not bad, right?
Does Verte Anaconda require non-token monsters? I can't remember.
It's okay, we can check the power of the internet.
Yeah, so you can potentially vert a Anaconda into.
Oh, it's 2 effect monsters.
Oh,
No token summoning for him.
unfortunate.
And he can't, he can't link with the token anyway.
That's true. That's true.
And I don't think he hasn't gone through a Linkaribo or anything.
Hmm.
So it looks like he's just having a little think to figure out what is the best way to use the remaining resources he has. He does have the purple coming back later down the line.
Yeah, in his next step, I think. That's what he said.
So I guess it really depends on what Hash has left in hand and whether it can combat.
Yeah,
this
we are seeing the VFD here.
That's really nice.
Do you think VFD is enough against Adamantipator?
It depends on whether there's a hand trap here. Because he says it's saying end of main 1 is fine, so there's no Nibiru there.
Interesting. So, do you think Hash would have sided to go first?
So I think these players know each other quite well, so I think they would have known. I think Hash would have known that Nicholas was going to go first.
Okay.
Unless it's the like super heads up play going, oh, I'm going to play against my friends and they think I always go first, so I'll go second kind of thing, or the other way around.
I mean, if I was playing Mech Knight Invoked, and I've played Mech Knight Invoked quite a lot, is that oh dear.
No.
Oh
yeah,
dear.
that is a major problem with the Adamantipator deck. All of the effects that activate off-field are Earth, and all of the effects that activate on the field will become Earth anyway.
I believe just because he's hit Alistair with the imperm.
Oh, they forgot to yeah, they forgot to bring back the purple. Just resolving that now. He had to set the imperm because of the set rotation, so that was actually really nice.
That was very good. I assume the other set is the Trickstar late stage.
Yeah, you'd hope so. We have the... What other field spells does he play?
I think it's just the Trickstar light stage, to be honest. I'm looking at it now.
Yeah,
it
the main
is...
deck, yep.
Yes, it is, yeah.
Yeah, and inside as well, so yep. That will be the light stage, which will have 0 value here for Hash.
I mean, he could potentially hit a pin, right? He could pin something.
Or is Nicholas going to set anything knowing his opponent has light stage?
That is true, I doubt it.
And here's the Anaconda, and there's the
Oh, okay, yeah.
Wow,
yeah.
okay.
Wow, okay.
On to game 3 then.
I'm so excited. I love Alistair. So here's the question: does Hash choose to go first or second?
Ooh, that's a really tough one.
Because he now knows that Nicholas can go first or second, but the overall point of, in my opinion, the overall point of a Mech Knight Invoked is to OTK you.
Yes. But
So,
maybe not this one though.
well, it's debatable, just because of cards like Macabre and Purgatory and how easy it is to pump out these massive fusions really quickly. And we have to remember that Mech Knight, you can essentially force a Mech Knight column in, especially against Adamantipator, you can force a Mech Knight column.
Yeah.
So they are essentially just free bodies at this point. Like 2,500 on 2,000 to 2,500 is absolutely massive.
Yes. Yeah.
Like, the lowest one he's playing in his deck is 2,000, which is Blue Sky.
Yeah.
Which is insane.
And 25 outs Appaloosa in most cases.
Yes, it does. Yeah.
Yeah, it's very, very strong for him.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, but we're going to see who's going first.
Hash is going.
Hash is going first. Okay.
Okay.
Maybe
I think that was an expected choice, though.
Yeah, it did work for him in game 1 anyway. So.
Doki Doki.
Imperm.
Oh, the Imperm on the Doki Doki.
It's not stopping him just yet.
Would have been quite unfortunate if he had no extender there, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
What are we gonna see?
There's no
Guardian.
second hand trap for Researcher.
It's unfortunate.
And Guardian's really good.
Guardian is very strong.
So we know he's going to have at least one negate. He has Fibrax access here, which will most likely lead to the usual combo. But before that, he's going to go for the Seeker.
Seeker.
Yeah, he's got quite a lot.
He was fine.
This hand is good.
Oh wow.
Picks up the Doki. Yeah, this is looking very strong for Hash at this point. So Nicholas not responding so far with hand traps, which means we can probably discount things like Ash Blossom, Vela, Imperm. Unless he's saving them for something. Maybe he's saving them for like a Hauki Fibrax or something like that down the line.
I mean, I don't think it matters anymore, just simply because he's got Herald of the Outlight for the gate, and he also has Guardian for the negate, so I don't think anything's coming down massively at the moment.
Imperm
I think
would
it's
be
just...
the only thing, right? Oh, and he's still okay.
It's only still okay, because Arclight can just negate it.
Even Nibiru here just forces the Herald to disappear from the field, or the... Maybe you keep the Guardian, actually. Sorry, maybe you get rid of the Guardian, keep the Herald. Oh, just one. Okay. So decided he doesn't need the extra token because he's going to go through March it into additional plays anyway. Presumably we're going to see a Phantom Beast token come out here. He's just figuring out which effects to use. And in which order, of course. It always gets kind of crazy when you have a combo deck that has lots of effects that give you explosive advantage and you can chain block on top of that.
Yeah. See, I'm also a big fan of Magical Meltdown because people have seen it in Shaddoll decks. But the interesting thing about it is it also protects your Madness Invoker on summon as well. So I like things that can chain block. Yeah.
That's quite cool.
Yeah. Oh yeah, the Block Dragon as well. Whoa.
That's a pretty godly hand from Hash.
Wow. That Imperm was useless.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Do you think Nicholas cares about there being extra resources in Hash's hand?
No. Because I believe his aim may be to try and OTK him. So I wouldn't really argue that additional resources, especially like Seeker and Analyzer, are that strong. But cards like Gigantus, which is essentially just another extender for no reason, is incredible. Wow, okay. The Raptite finds a researcher. Overload. Equipping Needle Fiber or Link Cross? Yep. Oh, he's thinking on the activation of the Borrowload.
Oh, he has got the Imperm.
Oh, okay.
So just decided to use it later on in the combo. Get rid of one negate.
I mean, this is Herald. Herald has to negate this, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, that's also quite a good thing, because we have to remember now that the banish effect of the Herald is actually really really quite strong against Invoked, just because they need to keep the Alistair in the graveyard, and banishing the Alistair means they can't continuously resolve it.
Yes. Yeah, absolutely.
Mm.
And you can't get your invocation in the grave to activate that either.
Well, you wouldn't be able to activate Invocation because if the Alistair was linked away into like an Almirage, it'd go straight to the banished part.
Oh yeah, I mean you could like
Yeah.
fuse with one on field, right?
Yes. Yeah.
But then you still lose your invocation.
Yeah.
But he doesn't have to worry about that.
So, he's facing down a Borreload with two tokens, a Appaloosa with 3, and an Ip and a Block Dragon.
Yes.
Can you get any better than this apart from having the Herald?
Having the Herald as well, yeah.
Having the Herald as well, like I don't think you can get any better
Right,
than this.
what can he out this board with? So if he's got those Dark Ruler no mores, that would be nice.
Yes.
If he's got anything to start beating over the IP or the Apollo, that's not too bad either. Especially because in order to like go into a unicorn or something, Hash has to use the IP with either the Appaloosa or the Block Dragon. I guess it's not too much of an issue there, but he'll lose a card in hand.
Yeah, so oh, I'm surprised if he's activating Alistair.
He is.
That's a surprise.
Does Savage destroy?
It doesn't, it just negates, I believe.
You could just negate the activation, yeah, okay, so nothing on field destroys here. So Appaloosa down to 1600 attack.
Yep, making straight into the Almirage. So we can assume he may have a Mech Knight. And hopefully he has a Meltdown. So we see the summon of the purple, which is fine according to Hash.
Purple's such a great card.
It is. The cost is to target a Mech Knight as well, which is really quite strong.
Yeah.
So we see the Apollo negating the purple, which means he won't be able to get the free advantage off that.
But he can still attack over stuff here, so that's not too
Yeah,
bad.
he can attack over everything but the Borreload. Secure Gardener. So Secure Gardener may attack the IP Masquerader, and then the purple may go for the Apollo. They're just trying to proceed into the battle phase at the moment, but I believe
Might want to IP, yeah.
yeah, Hash is going to IP here. Yes, he is.
So is that a unicorn? It is a
It's
unicorn.
the unicorn.
And he can chain block the block dragon. Block the
Insane.
block.
Insane. What do you think Hash is going to target here? I think he'd target the Nightfall.
Yeah, I don't see why you wouldn't.
Yeah,
It can't use its effect anyway, so...
that's true.
Can Secure Gardener... It doesn't have any effect that stops you from attacking, does it?
It doesn't. It just can't be used as link material.
Okay. So if he wants to, you can still beat the Apollo here.
Yes,
Yeah.
he can.
Do you think he has an invocation again?
We can only hope.
Even if he does, the Savage hasn't been used this turn, right?
Correct, Alison.
So, Nicholas looking pretty far behind in terms of resources right now.
The negation of the Alistair was so important.
Yeah. But you have to
we-
expect
we
these
can't
these correct lines of play from people on the finals tables. Hash knowing exactly what he needs to hit here against Nicholas. And the Analyzer is able to bring out a Guardian. That's not bad at all. interesting, in the graveyard. Okay, but before he made this synchro summon, in the graveyard there weren't actually enough Earth monsters for Block Dragon.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I think before he only had Researcher and a Rat type. Well, you can't. No, it has to banish Earth, doesn't it? Yeah, he only had the Researcher.
Didn't he have another block dragon though? Oh no, he didn't. Oh wow. Okay.
Not before. So he's going to take the victory here. Raptite is Dragon is able to clear the board, and Hash takes victory and wins the YOS Mega Event 2. What do you think about that match, Aaron?
Hash played really well, but just because I like Alistair so much, I'm quite upset.
Nicholas with the underdog deck did not.
Yeah, I'm surprised. I was surprised. Like, no discredit to it, but I'm surprised a deck like that made it this far. Especially against these sort of huge break my board type decks. But you know, we were pleasantly surprised this came through.
Absolutely, yes. I think it's very interesting that this kind of invoked list we've seen pop up in the OCG with the release of Dark Dragoons.
Yes, we've all seen it with Dragma as well.
Yeah, so we're seeing invoked return slightly to the competitive scene in the TCG with the Rainbow Neos variant until Dragoon comes out and Dragma comes out as well. But unfortunately for Nicholas, it wasn't enough to carry him through to win the finals this time around, and Hash takes victory with the Adamancipator Wombo combo and is crowned YOS champion.
Ban Block Dragon.
Ban Block Dragon. Block the block.
Block the block. I like it.
Right, we're going to close up here. Thanks very much, guys, for watching the stream. Remember, you can check out the full detail of it on the YuGiJoe channel. All of it will be uploaded in the next day or so. If you want to head back and review any of the matches. Thanks so much to all of the judging team, the casting team, and our amazing sponsors Card Market and Tier 0 Games. Don't forget, you can get 5% off at tier0games.com by signing in and using discount code Yazzie5. That's everything from me. Anything from you, Aaron?
No, just thank you to everybody who helped us and attended this weekend. It's been absolutely incredible to be a part of it again. So thanks to everyone for all the hard work, and thanks to everyone for playing.
Fantastic. All right, guys, we'll see you all in the next YOS.
Goodbye.
Hi everyone, so we're getting close to the end of the lunch break now. The next round is going to be kicking off in about 30 minutes. Thought we'd just take a quick look at the standings after round 1. So you can see the 18 teams that we have entered right now. At the top is Team Imperial Order, and at the bottom is Adam's Troll Salad. Nice mix of decks, nice mix of teams. You can see some really big names in here, things like the Disciples, Junk's Playground, Tier 0, and Luxury as well, taking part in this event too. Some great creative names here. We saw Ewan Needs This in round 1 going up against the Disciples, and the Disciples taking victory there. Into round 2, well, we'll just have to wait and see exactly what's coming up. The coverage team is taking a look at the potential matchups, and will be giving us some more information very shortly. Just thought I'd show you guys this, and we'll see if we can get the round 1 deck breakdown out for you guys very shortly as well. Okay guys, so round 2 is going to be kicking off in about 5 minutes from now. The timer's all set up and pairings have been announced. It's just another look at those standings after round 1, and we're just currently waiting for our feature match players to join their room, and we'll get them through to you. Got a couple of commentators who have achieved some pretty impressive stuff before. So we've got Hash, who won the previous YOS, is going to be commentating the next round alongside SEG's own Orion. So they're going to be taking you guys through the next couple of rounds together. So in the next round we are going to be trying to bring you a match between Luxury X Gabe Nation and the 2 meter rule. So both teams currently 1-0 as you can see, and should be a pretty interesting match. They've got some nice decks coming up, and we'll get that all sorted for you very shortly.
Alright, hi guys. Welcome to round 2 of the 3v3 YOS. My name is Hash, and joined with me is Orion Gonzalez. Hi Orion, how are you doing today?
Pretty good. US time, so just woke up. Ready to get the YuGiOh on?
Yeah, good morning. Speaking of the US, we do have a American player in this feature match. Sure most of you guys have heard of him. It's going to be Hani Johari against Joshua Dickerson, I believe. Without giving too much away about what these two are playing, what are your expectations for this matchup?
I don't know. I think I'm not sure how favored Hani is. Obviously, Hani's a really good player. His opponent's playing some interesting stuff, so we'll see how it goes. It's pretty non-standard.
I would be inclined to say that both of them are playing quite interesting versions of their deck, which
yeah, they're playing standard decks, but they're not playing standard lists. We'll see.
That sounds accurate. It'll be quite interesting. I believe that they're supposed to be starting soon. So it's just a matter of time until we find out who gets to go first, and we will be able to see what ends up happening in this matchup. These
Two more
two
minutes.
teams are both 1-0, so pretty good start going into this. But you need to also remember that this event is a top 4 cut, so it's not necessarily easy to get to top cut.
Yeah, you have to have a really good record.
So winning this round will be very important for both of these teams. Honey's teamed up with Gabriel Vargas and Kamal Crix. All of them are playing the exact same deck, whereas their opponent's team are playing 3 different decks, I believe, which is quite interesting. What are your thoughts on that strategy for like the 3v3? Do you think it's correct to play one of the same deck? Do you think it's correct to play 2 different decks or 3 different decks?
I kind of think like you should all agree on the best deck. Like if you're testing together, I don't think you really get too much of an advantage from playing different decks. But I think playing what you're comfortable with matters a bit, but it's like you just play what you think is the best deck. I know some players play different decks just for better pairings, but I'm not sure how true that is.
Sounds about right. Yeah, I feel like if you can agree with your team on what the best deck is, and all of you play the exact same deck, then the chances of you getting outplayed by like variants or something actually decreases. So if you are actually just playing the best deck, you should be able to win simply because your deck is better than the other decks, right?
Yeah, if you're playing the best deck, you should lose. And you should win 2 out of 3 games every time.
Sounds about right. But we'll see how this strategy pays off for Honey's team if they end up winning, and maybe on the contrary, the other team wins, and we might see a reason as to why playing 3 different decks is a good idea for them for an event like this.
It's a bit weird though. Honey's team is playing almost the same list. Couple cards different. There's some really important cards. See if it pays off.
Is this Honey's team?
Yeah.
I think they're also playing slightly different side decks.
Yeah, I think their main deck is the only thing that's the same. Yeah, Honey has the most interesting changes. He has a pretty non-standard extra deck. We'll see if it comes up this game.
Yep. Not sure if I agree with Honey's extra deck, but we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah.
Seems very interesting for sure, though. Alright, so Joshua Dickerson wants to die roll. Let's see what he elects to go for. First, not a surprise, this format.
Pretty standard.
Alright, let's see what goes. Let's see what happens.
Be a weird hand, taking a bit of a while to think on his play, and normal souls.
Ooh,
Probably.
that's not optimal.
Yeah, that is not good. Playing pure Eld, but I kind of doubt it. Pure Eld is not very common right now.
Not really the most popular choice. This doesn't mean that he drew his soul's target, which means that his hand isn't very optimal. However, he discarded both pieces of the Eldritch engine to his graveyard, which is pretty good because it just means that he loses absolutely nothing from souls not resolving, but it did in this case. Do you think it was correct to chain the Scarlet Sanguine in the graveyard just to deck thin and not draw into any more traps, potentially?
Yeah, I definitely think that's what you want to go for. But also, if he's playing Synchro cards, you really don't want to draw your Synchro cards right here.
That too, yeah. I mean, you could argue that the Synchro cards would be a good draw for follow-up if he is playing them. However, still quite weird. He goes for the Elixir of White Destiny, so...
It was probably definitely a Synchro deck. I don't think Pure really plays white. I don't think they would probably be setting it right here.
Do you think the reason he went for white is because he has a Lord in his hand, or is it because the last set is another Sanguine?
If If it is a Sanguine, that's gonna be really rough. It's not any much disruption. Hopefully he has a Lord in hand.
I mean, I think it's also safe to assume that he has 1 or 2 hand traps, you know?
Yeah. He definitely has the Apprentice in hand. Or possibly the Mana? Is that what it's called? The other Souls target?
Yes. But I don't think you play that Souls target unless you're playing Eldritch Invoked. Okay, so Hani starts with a Revealing and Emancipator Analyzer. That's a really good start for anyone that's playing an Emancipator. The supply is so much pressure. We'll have to see if Jacob decides to, sorry, not Jacob, Joshua decides to use an interruption on this, like a Conquistador, for example. And although that might be turn ending, which is very doubtful to be honest, because Hani hasn't even used his normal summon yet. What is important to note is that if Joshua commits to activating something like White Destiny here, it just means that he doesn't have Nibiru, which makes Hani's job way easier.
So he did have the Lord in hand? That's really bad for him.
Yeah, that's really bad. So like, there is no way he has more than 1 hand trap. So honestly, there's a pretty good chance that Hani just kills him this turn, right?
Yeah, this is not a very good hand from the Eldritch player. One of the worst you can draw. But yeah, we'll see if Hani can play Druid. Rock does get some pretty bad hands.
Yeah, I'm inclined to think that when you start with Analyzer, this isn't one of these bad hands, but it is possible.
Yeah, Rock plays so many normal summons, sometimes you just draw too many. Just get the Guardian.
He hits the Guardian, and he also hits the Dark Cooler No More, which means that
really
he is
interesting.
main decking Dark Cooler No More. What are your thoughts on that?
That is crazy right now.
It feels pretty high rolly, risky, because like against combo decks other than Emancipator, they're usually summoning VFD. I mean, other than
the Buster Luck.
Or doing the Buster Luck, right? So it's not like Dark Cooler is like board stopping. You still have to deal with something.
Yeah, and if it's VFD, you just can't play through that.
That is true. So it's quite an interesting choice. We'll see if it pays out for him. Doesn't really do that much in this matchup. I mean, we don't know if Joshua is playing the Synco cards yet, but if he is, that means Dark Cooler is slightly better, but I doubt that they're gonna stay in after siding.
Yeah, we'll see. It's not too bad versus Synchro Eldritch, because a lot of players have been dropping the heavy draw combos, opting for just ending on Herald and Savage. Having Dark Ruler against those is nice, but if they do go for the like 3 or 4 draws, Dark Ruler isn't doing enough.
Alright, so Hani summons Doki, and Joshua flips Conquistador of the Golden Land here. If he opts to pop for Doki, does that tell you that he has a hand trap? So he wants Hani to use Analyzer and Guardian to make Firebracks for it to get hand trapped in the spot?
I would definitely expect him to have a hand trap. I think kind of regardless. It's just so unlikely he doesn't have it. I can't think of what other card would be in his hand.
A second Lord, which would be like so
second Lord, second Souls.
Mm-hmm.
I hope he doesn't have that. Oof.
Alright, it doesn't really matter. It really doesn't matter. Well, alright, so Hani elected to summon Block Dragon here to keep the Guardian on his field, I assume, which is pretty okay for a play, I suppose.
Yeah, I think it makes sense. Normally you want to summon the Block Dragon later in the turn because of Nibiru. Because of the White Destiny. There's no fear in Nibiru. Pretty safe from everything.
It's quite true. I think it would have been the same thing if he just held the Block Dragon, honestly, but I don't really think it matters a whole lot because, like, worst case, Hani has to play through the back row and then the one unknown card in hand. Like, we don't know for sure if Joshua opened the Souls target, but since he normal summoned Souls, I think it's like beyond fair to assume that he did.
Yeah, I would be really surprised if he isn't playing the Apprentice. Yeah, it could be Pure Eld. I know they sometimes opt to not play the Souls target, just play Souls as a normal summon.
Alright, so he goes for Ash on the Halki 5 Rex. So
I think Hani just lets that go. It's kind
I
of
mean,
weird
why
'cause-
why would you let that go though? Because you know the last card that has Apprentice Illusion Magician. There is nothing else you're gonna Guardian, right? So like, might as well.
I don't know. I kind of think you just kill him without the needle fiber.
Oh yeah, you're killing him regardless. That's for sure. No matter what. This is beyond over. I think it's just a matter of time until Hani establishes a board and kills his opponent.
I think there's some cards that save him, some set cards, but we'll see if he plays them or not. Torrential can be really strong if Hani
I
doesn't
mean,
play
if
around.
I'm Hani, I would definitely try to unicorn away the set card as soon as possible.
Yeah, you definitely don't want to play into that.
Yeah,
You could still be playing Pure Eld, and Pure Eld plays some really strong floodgates.
that's true. However, like, if he is playing Floodgates, wouldn't he have flipped them already by now?
Yeah, you would hope so. You could be waiting, saving it for a blowout.
Hani goes for Researcher here. And then goes for Seeker.
Yeah, so this is where Torrential would be really strong.
Mm-hmm.
But unfortunately, he doesn't seem to have it unless he's saving it.
I mean, I would understand the logic behind saving it here. There is no reason for you to do so. It's
Second
another
Guardian.
Guardian. Not that it matters a whole lot, to be honest.
Yeah, there's not going to be many monster effects to negate. So the only thing you can negate is the Link Karibo, but I'm not sure how relevant that is.
I do feel like the most relevant thing about hitting the Guardian is just the amount of attack points it has. There's literally nothing else that matters here.
Yeah, it's really big for level 4.
It's 19, bro. Trickstar can't out it.
Misses its second Excavate.
Mm-hmm.
Shouldn't matter too much.
Really shouldn't. You just summon Dragite here and you kill your opponent.
Yeah. Drag out your access code. If he plays it, it should both end up.
That
the
is
same.
true. Do you agree with playing Access Code in Rock?
I think access code is really good, but I just think all the cards you would cut for access code are better. The Adamancer extra deck is really tight. You don't really have any flex spots.
Mm-hmm. That sounds fair, yeah. Alright, so he goes for Gigantes here, opting to summon Raptite with the Gigantes and the Researcher. That's reasonable.
Yeah, that's what you'd expect here.
Mm-hmm. Declares the effect of Raptite. Raptite is a very low chance of missing, to be honest, so Hani should be fine here.
Yeah.
Yep, there we
Multiple
go.
targets.
He hits 4 targets, I think.
And he reveals the Dragon Buster. That's really interesting.
So he's been taking both Dark Ruler and Dragon Buster. It's like he's playing Dark Ruler, but he's also playing the out to Dark Ruler. Do you think he's just being a bit too ahead or a bit too outdated, or is this correct for this event?
Yeah, I think he's just trying to be ahead of the curve. Because hand traps have been a pretty staple play for a while. Dark Ruler has really fallen off popularity.
However, like most Adamantipator lists that have been showing success lately mostly include no outs to Dark Ruler, other than like Standbying Dweller and Praying. So maybe that's why he opted to play it. We do see that his opponent opts to scoop here, so they are going to go into siding, and his opponent reveals that he did hard draw Apprentice Illusion Magician, which means that his last card in hand was a copy of that card, which is quite unfortunate, to be honest. Like, opening
it's not
Souls
a hand you
plus
wanna see.
Apprentice Illusion Magician is like what? Like a 12% chance, I think.
Yeah.
Very low.
Do all the cards you don't want to see. Drawing Lord going first is really not good.
That's one of the trade-offs you take when you opt to play something like Eldritch in general, right? You have a lot of cards that are good going first, but you also have a lot of cards that just don't do anything, absolutely anything in your hand when you go first.
Yeah, it's kind of weird in that aspect.
Right, so they will be signing here. Something common with most Eldritch decks is, like, regardless of what version they're playing, after game 1 they are going to sign into more trap cards, especially into something like an Emancipator, so we can expect stuff like Solemn Judgment, stuff like Floodgates, such as Summon Limit. We'll have to wait and see what ends up happening, but I definitely would like to think that now that the Eldritch player knows the matchup and is gonna go first, I think he is slightly favored in game 2.
Yeah, hopefully he just draws a better hand. His hand game 1 was really unfortunate. Maybe we'll get to see if he
Sounds
plays
about right.
synchro cards.
So, let's see if he opens a better hand here. Alright, so he starts with Outland. That's already a better start than last time.
Yeah, definitely.
Goes for the P8. Let's see what he searches here. He searches
Hero.
Hakuro.
So he might have the souls again.
Might have souls.
He
Yep, there we go.
does. He gets to summon it this time.
Yeah, this time he didn't draw Apprentice Illusion Magician, which is really good for him. The souls is gonna be really powerful here. Hani is thinking on the souls. Does this mean Hani has something like Gamma? I don't think there can be anything else, right?
Yeah, I think Gamma is the only card like played that can respond to souls right here. Can't think of anything else.
If Gamma is your only hand trap, would you Gamma here?
I would expect him playing the synchro deck. It was a bit risky, because if he does still have the synchro play, it can be really scary.
I definitely agree with that. I think I would hold off the Gamma here, unless you have multiple hand traps, obviously.
Yeah, it's definitely rough, because the souls draw too is really scary, but... And he does decide
so
to
he
Gamma.
opts to Gamma.
We could possibly have a second hand trap. Synchro play.
I mean, you would like to think so, right? Like, it sounds pretty risky to go for Gamma at this point if you don't have another hand trap. Yep.
He does
I
have the
mean,
Jet Synchro.
has the Jet Synchro, so he is playing Synchro Outlich. Something interesting here. He could have just searched Golden Lord with the Eldland and just started with Jet Synchro instead of Souls, and that way, if Hani ends up hand trapping his Synchro engine, he can just summon Souls and go for draws from there on out, and then grind with his Eldritch engine. But we do see that he did hard Open Lord, which means that like his hand is insane this time. It's way better than the hand that he had game 1.
Yeah, if Hani does have another hand trap, this could be going really good. Oof,
Right.
he did draw the
Oof.
Death Spot. That's rough.
I mean, that's a decent trade-off. Usually in like Synchro Outlich and Emancipator, honestly, most 5 cards have just this one mediocre card that really doesn't matter. And I think in this case it's the Despot 001 that Hani's opponent has.
Yeah, you play a lot of cards that just aren't good to draw.
Alright, so Hani is thinking on resolution here, which means that he might have an Ibiru. Yep.
Oof,
He does
that
have an
is
Ibiru.
brutal.
Alright, so I definitely think I agree with Gamma and Souls here.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
Yep.
So this is not looking good for the Eldritch player anymore. Only card in
Not
hand is
anymore.
Wakero.
I mean, Hani's gonna have to play through a Hakuero, which honestly does nothing against a deck like an Emancipator. Do you think in hindsight it might have been better to just search Conquistador?
I definitely think so, because I kind of think the reason you want to search Wakero so you don't run out of Conquistadors, so you don't want to go through them too quickly. I think in a matchup like versus Rock, it just doesn't matter, because the game isn't gonna go log in a couple turns.
That sounds about right. Yeah. I mean, it's also not very common for your souls to get gammed. So, in fairness to Joshua, you couldn't really play around that, could you?
Yeah, you're not expecting that ever.
Something else, though, from what I understand, is that Joshua is opting to go for souls and then sending the Hakuero and the Eldland to get 2 draws. What he could have done alternatively is just search Conquistador, summon souls, use souls for 1 instead of 2, send the cursed Elland to graveyard, and then use Elland to dump another golden land, and that way he has access to a guaranteed access to both parts of the Eldritch engine instead of just one of them. But
Yeah, I think-
it doesn't matter that much here because you can just go for Hakuero and search Sanguine in the end phase.
Yeah, we'll see how strong Hanny's hand is. Gamma and Nibru is exactly what you want to open versus the Synchro deck, which is perfect.
Alright, so Hani doesn't really have to play through anything here. It's just a matter of whether his hand is good enough to force a combo and kill his opponent. Alright, starts with Analyzer again. That's a pretty good start.
Yeah, that's always what you want to start with.
For sure. It's he's excavating here. Hasn't hit yet. Oh no. Is he missing? No, he missed the Guardian.
5th card.
There we go. Alright, you reveal Seeker. That's really good.
Oh, yeah, that's looking like a really solid hand. Can't ask for much better.
He hits the Doki. That's also like probably the best hit he could have had here. Yeah, I mean, there's just no way you lose this game now, right?
Yeah, I would think so. He has so much.
Yeah. I mean, this is actually just going to be super easy. Just summon Dragite, clear your opponent's board, and you just
Scoops it up.
Joshua concedes. Looks like the game is over. So Hani does end up winning. Obviously, one of the things about 3v3 is that Hani winning doesn't necessarily mean that he has won the round because he is playing on behalf of his teammates. So we still have to wait and see how his teammates do. However, he has done his part of the job. 2-0 Synchro Eldritch, which I mean, generally speaking, is a favored matchup, especially because the Synchro Eldritch player couldn't really combo off either turns in both games, especially even though he went first. So quite unfortunate on that part, but game ended.
Yeah, that was a rough game for the Eldritch player.
Yep, it's definitely not ideal, but I don't think it's like it's not like something unexpected to lose to Rock. It's like a pretty hard matchup, honestly.
Yeah, but his hand game 1 was really unfortunate. It's about as bad as it gets.
Very true. Alright, so we're either going to come back for round 3 later on, or we are going to switch into another feature match in a bit for the same round, since we still do have a couple of time on the round.
Yeah, that was a fairly quick match, so hopefully we'll be able to get some more in.
Yep, it was quite straightforward, honestly, didn't take a lot. That's usually what ends up happening when you're playing something like Adamantipator.
Yeah, it's a lot of hand checking. Alrighty, we got our second match for this round. Sure everyone knows Tristan Pugh playing the Rocket deck for quite a while.
He is going up against Lewis. We are not sure what game this is, but this is a different set of teams. They are playing two completely different decks from the decks that were featured in the first feature match. We do see two hand traps coming down against Tristan, Nibiru and Valor, but Tristan plays through both of them, which
Yeah,
is
it's like might still have a
quite
pretty
good.
strong board.
Yep, he does go for the erratic seal here. I think the end board is going to be erratic seal with the Buster Lock on Savage Dragon, which is honestly pretty good against every deck.
Oh, maybe not. Safer.
Alright, so he goes for Safrit. That's fair actually. Maybe he knows the matchup here, so like, I mean, it's safe to assume that this isn't game one. So he knows he probably knows his opponent's playing Altergeist. So, I mean, equipping Safrit is definitely the better choice here because like, you can just Safrit back your Levianeer in the graveyard and use it to clear your opponent's board during turn 3.
Yeah, there's nothing else to really equip too. The Buster Savage, or Buster Dragon, really doesn't do anything here. Altergeist isn't summoning from the extra deck very much.
And with his opponent starting with only 3 cards, this isn't looking very good for him.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. I'm not sure which game this is. If it's game 2, game 3.
We really don't know what game this is. His opponent
Yeah.
elects to go to the battle phase, so...
Seeing which card is equipped to.
I believe it's equipped to the Erratic Seal, which does make sense because you want to make it bigger than Maliseek. So Tristan goes for a really good play here. He decides to not bounce Lewis's Nibiru, which is quite a good play to be honest, because it just means that there will be no Nibiru to play through turn 3 unless Lewis opened multiple copies of that card. So he bounces his own boot sector, and now he's going to trigger Seal's second effect, I assume.
Ops not to.
Ops not to.
Yeah, I think that's a really solid play. Bouncing a Nibiru doesn't really do anything for you.
Yep.
Save the Union Carrier, but that's really low value.
He goes for Brotar here since the monster he controls got destroyed, which is something like really good about this deck. The amount of follow-up it can generate after making a board through hand traps is just so much card advantage, and like the monsters are so big and hard to deal with, especially if you're playing a deck like Altergeist. So it's not looking very good for his opponent here.
Protocol in this draw phase. Probably has a Faker in hand.
Tristan opts to negate the Faker from hand, which is obviously the correct
Scoops it
way.
up.
Alright, so this was game 2, so they're gonna be going to game 3 here. Altergeist is going to go first in game 3, which is not
That's
ideal.
really strong.
Yeah, but Tristan is known for seeing all of his side deck cards after siding, so it's
Yeah,
fine.
so we'll see. But yeah, Altergeist going first versus Rocket deck is really strong. The Rocket deck can play
Altergeist.
too well, Drew. Yeah, Altergeist in general going first is really strong.
That's true. I mean, just the Rocket deck also just like that's one of the drawbacks it has. It can't really play through that many traps. Sorry. So you have to like, as you see, play like a low deck count, like 50 instead of the 60 that we saw last time Tristan played this as in an event. That's because you just want to see your side deck cards. That's important. However, Lewis sets 4 so far. He sets 4 and passes. So there is a chance that he just didn't see Faker. I mean, Ultigas isn't the most consistent deck. He flips a pointer, which is pretty strong actually. And he does have Faker.
And he has the Faker.
That's quite big. Let's see if Tristan has reboot. Do you agree with playing something like a pointer of the Red Lotus in a deck like Culturgeist?
I don't really like it. I think your games, I think they can go pretty long, especially if you don't open Faker. Like, if you don't open Faker, the pointer becomes pretty dead. And I think they're just stronger cards to beat Lightning Storm.
Yeah, I mean, you could argue that even something like Dark Bribe is better than a pointer, right?
Yeah. I think a pointer is really good in already good hands.
Mm-hmm.
But if your hand's already good, doesn't matter too much.
Right, so
Banishes
get
the
rid of
Ash.
the Ash.
Probably doesn't. Oh, he doesn't have a Lightning Storm. Assume.
Maybe he does. Maybe Lewis just has an interruption for that Lightning Storm.
Yeah, definitely possible. Really Judgment.
So let's see if
Yeah,
Tristan
those
can
are-
get through this.
Those are 3 real trap cards. This could be a really tough game for Tristan.
Do you agree with flipping the multi-faker in the spot? Using the multi-faker in the spot?
Well, I think it's solid since you know what their hand is. That's just so valuable.
That's reasonable, yeah. Right, so Chaos Space comes down, gets met by a Solemn Judgment, so that's one trap. Maybe a reason he opted to use Faker there is because all of his other traps are reactive and not proactive, so he can't.
Yeah, that would make a lot of sense.
Does Tristan have any other play? We'll have to wait and see, but I mean, he only has 3 cards in hand. Normal Summons Tracer, which is an okay start, but Lewis decides to immediately use Silk Otis to bounce the Tracer. Tristan chains the Tracer, so he will be able to replace that Tracer with another body. However, he is locked into Darks for the rest of the turn because of that.
Yeah, being locked in the darks this early can be really awkward.
That's very true. His opponent is thinking here. He does know Tristan's hands, so he is advantaged here, I would like to say. But something important to note is that he's on 3,000 life points. That can hurt him quite a bit in this game.
It goes with Striker Dragon, pretty standard stuff.
Opts to use Striker Dragon's effect to add back Tracer and go for the follow-up. I mean, Tristan is honestly not in that bad of a position because you know his Ash comes back in the end phase. So that will deal with the multi-faker. Even if Lewis has any proactive trap cards.
Yeah, this game could really go either way at this point. It determines what those last 2 sets are.
I mean, I would even go as far as to argue that Tristan is favored here because he's up on card advantage and he's also up, like, his opponent is very low on life points, which is very risky in this kind of matchup where, like, just one big dragon can be game here.
Yeah. It's having, like, if you ever see the Levy in here, that's incredibly strong.
I mean, it's in his graveyard right now, but I mean, even just having Boot Sector Tracer for next turn means that a guaranteed Savage, and Savage on its own is just game. So like, his opponent is like forced to stop that play, otherwise he loses the game. And then Tristan will still have like a 3-card hand to play his game. He goes set 1, so I'm assuming he's going to be ending his turn here. The Ash comes back, which is really good for him. Let's see how this goes.
What cards are you setting in the Rocket deck?
Good
It's a bit
question.
weird to see. Because you wouldn't want to set Impermanence here. Because you have no cards on field. There's no reason to.
It's
Possibly
true.
called by the grave.
Oh yeah, that might be called by the grave actually. So
I'm
we
not
do
sure if
see
that's
that
stopping.
Lewis has trap trick here. That's quite interesting. So he did have a proactive trap, but he did still elect to use his faker pretty early.
Yeah, I guess just knowing his opponent's hand. There's
Mhm.
nothing that could punish it.
Tristan is still thinking in the end phase, so maybe he has something. He has Cosmic. Alright, so Tristan technically he did see side cards, you know?
Yeah. That's Tristan.
Elects to target the other backer, which was Torrential. That's actually pretty good for him here.
That's really good to get rid of.
That's quite strong, yeah. And I mean, now we know that Lewis has a Manifestation, a Soul Quartus in his graveyard, a Multi-Faker in hand, and a top deck. So, oh my god, that is
Top deck
probably
for
the
Extravagance.
best top deck he could have had. Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, Tristan. Might just have to ash that. You have to think on this for a bit.
you have to ash this, right? Like, surely.
Yeah, knowing he has a faker is rough, but Extravagance is so scary.
I mean, I think we were talking about what his set could potentially be. If it's called by the grave, I think you definitely ash this because Lewis flips Manifestation at that point. And then you called by the grave the target, which is the Soul Quartus. And then he can't use Soul Quartus on your next turn, like on Tristan's next turn, because of what called by the grave's effect reads. So he's not in that bad of a position if he ends up doing that. However, if it's not called by the grave, then he might have to think about whether or not he ashes this or not.
He lets it go. That's rough.
That's very interesting.
So it really makes you wonder what a set card is.
Yeah, that's true.
Possibly a second
Oh.
Cosmic? Oof. The Melisy coming down is rough.
That's huge. That's very, very huge. I mean, so it
So
wasn't
was
called by
the
the
call.
grave.
I think that's... makes not ashing the Extravagance a bit questionable.
Mm-hmm. Here goes the faker here. So that's gonna be a hell of a lot of damage. Funny thing is, Tristan can still win this, honestly.
Yeah, it's definitely possible. He's not ending on any monster negations, potentially, determining on what the last card in hand is.
Mm-hmm. But I mean, there is a fairly good chance that the card that he drew into is either a trap card or a hand trap, right? So.
Yeah, it would make a lot of sense.
Alright, so we're expecting a couple of Hextius to come down here probably. Just gaining so much advantage, recycling the Manifestation with Soul Quartus and just like establishing the huge Altergeist board.
Yeah, he's gonna be ending on a lot here.
Mm-hmm, that's very true. Yeah, I think Tristan got slightly punished by not ashing the Extravagance.
Yeah, I'm not sure I can agree with that play.
Yeah, me neither.
'Cause
But
he gets a
definitely
faker
had
off.
his reasons.
Yeah. Well, he didn't ash. Yeah, that's weird. I don't know. Just ended up not ashing anything.
Mm-hmm. And at this point, we know Tristan's entire hand, right?
I believe so.
This is Blanco's set 2 pass. Yeah, this is very, very rough for him. This game might just be unwinnable at this point. Alright, he activates Boot Sector Launch. Lewis
Makes
and
sense,
Upton
gets
negated.
negated. And he
And that's
scoops
it.
it up.
That's this game. Very weird of Tristan to not ash the Extravagance. That might have cost him the game, but I mean, even if he did ash the Extravagance, was there much he could have done? Like, his opponent would have still ended on a Protocol.
Yeah, no, he just doesn't have much in hand. Like, we don't know what he top decked, but Tracer boot sector is not very strong.
Yeah, so Tristan loses that game. Fortunately for him, his team may have still been able to win out the 3v3 component of that game, so he might just be fine.
Yeah, I believe Tristan lost the last round too, so he might just get carried. We'll see.
It's true.
They
I mean,
were
it's
1-0 this
Tristan.
round. Yeah.
He can get quite carried a lot of the times, so it's fine. I think this means we are done with round 2. We'll be back for round 3 soon enough. I mean, time is gonna be called relatively soon, and it's only gonna be a matter of time until the pairings for the next round are up, and we should be back to feature that round for you guys. Until then, stay tuned and make sure you stay safe, I suppose.
That's turn 0. You hit a time right now.
I
Oh my
think
God.
that leaving it's a bad idea. Dealing with it, I don't know how, except for putting me in the firing line and me not doing anything anymore. Because this is entirely on me. Entirely. And I'm not having your reputation being squalled because you put a terrible head judge in charge.
Well,
You're a good boy.
to be fair, all of us discussed it as judges, and we all like collectively agreed it was okay. It wasn't.
Yeah.
It wasn't
I mean-
like me and Alan said no, and Anthony
Yeah.
said yes. It
No,
was,
no, yeah.
We,
He
we
didn't go
all
against us.
we all like it was a unanimous decision to allow the substitution.
Yeah, like we agreed. We had our doubts, but like we agreed at the end because we thought it was fair. You know. Huh? I don't know. What do you guys think? We have to do that.
But the thing is, though, we can't just randomly add rules like this. We can't.
Joe, you're on the stream, by the way.
Kappa.
Yep.
Kappa. Need to mute that one.
Awkward.
A little bit. I mean, we.
Alright, welcome back to the YOS 3v3 stream. We apologize for the delay, but round 3 has been announced, and we have 2 players here ready to play as soon as the timer starts. We have Alexander Holch from Team Junk's Playground, playing against Patrick Early from Team The 2 Meter Rule. I believe both of these teams are undefeated so far, so it will be quite interesting. And I am once again joined by Orion. Orion, what are your thoughts on this?
I think it'll be interesting. Alexander Holch always plays really weird decks, so hopefully he keeps that up. Pretty famous for playing a certain deck, so maybe we'll be playing it today.
Yeah, it would be quite interesting to see that deck if he is playing it.
I played it for, I guess, 4 years. It's been a long time.
Yeah, it's been crazy.
I think he played
don't think he's
T-Drag last year,
did?
but outside of that, yeah, he topped YCS with T-Drag.
That's fair. Yeah, I've personally never seen him play anything other than this very specific deck we are thinking of right now.
Yeah.
It's just one of those.
But hopefully we'll get started in a few minutes.
Shouldn't be that long until we get going. Tournament's been pretty good so far. A lot of interesting decks, and honestly, just looking forward to seeing what happens in this feature match.
Yeah, looking at their decks, I think this will be a pretty fun match. Hopefully.
It'll be really entertaining, although not very long, probably.
Yeah. Whoever wins, I don't think it'll take long.
Yeah.
So if we'll be able to get a few games in this round.
Yeah, it's gonna be good for our viewers. I mean, if this game does end up finishing quickly, which I mean, realistically speaking, it should. We'll probably end up having a second feature, so that's more content for you guys.
What's your what deck think's gonna win this tournament? Or decks?
Honestly, I will be very surprised if Emancipator doesn't win. Like, in the sense that at least one of the players in the winning team is playing Emancipator. It just, like, it's the best deck by a fine margin, I assume. I think. I think in this format, yeah. Because, like, there is really nothing that can guarantee stopping that deck, and the deck is just so powerful. It's really, really strong. So I'll be surprised if the winning team doesn't have an Emancipator amongst their ranks. What about you? Do you think it's going to be an Emancipator event, or?
Yeah, I agree with that. Like, Block Dragon has always been a really powerful card, but Emancipator shows how strong that card is. Every time you play Rock and you draw Block Dragon, it's so hard to lose that game. You play your Disruptor so easily.
Do you think Konami's going to ban Block Dragon, or do you think they're gonna keep it until the Prankit support comes out?
I don't know. We might get another ban list like the last one. It's not really a ban list.
That would be unfortunate.
Yeah, definitely been a pretty long format.
And I mean,
it would be interesting to have everything at full power. The Prank Kids deck, which will definitely be really powerful.
Yeah, just imagine having no ban list until after Rise of the Duelist, and all of the decks are just insane. It's gonna be so degenerate.
Yeah, it'd be a really crazy format. Yeah, we might, if they keep it up, we might have a ban list for a while. Be a long time till we get events again.
That's very true, yeah. I mean, honestly, I understand why there's no ban list, but also, like, we're praying for a ban list, honestly. I don't think anyone is like, the happiest with this current format.
But it's good we're still getting online tournaments. They've been really good.
They've been a good pastime during quarantine. should start this match in a moment. Do you think the die roll matters that much in this matchup?
I think it matters a lot.
That's fair. Yeah, I mean, that makes sense, honestly. Can't really argue with it.
Yeah, we'll see what decks are playing here in a second.
Alright, the time has begun, so they should start.
Ooh, the tie. That's always so stressful.
Oh boy. What do you usually do? I usually just keep picking the same thing. Yep, there we go. Hulch got rewarded for doing that.
Yeah, always pick rock.
Always pick rock. Alright, so Hulch is gonna go first. Let's see if he opens a good hand.
Normal summons a Neftibus.
So yeah,
Yeah.
Hulch is playing water. Surprise!
I've actually seen this deck, this format. I don't know much about it. See how this goes.
Yeah, I mean, Legend says you haven't read water cards since, what, 2014?
Yeah.
Basically, you know, Neptibus is a good card because it gives you a lot of advantage, and then Minstrel is a good card because it shows your opponent's hand, gets rid of a hand trap, and then you just add a tuner, and then you summon Fibrax, and then you make VFD, and you just go from there.
Yeah, summoning VFD is always pretty strong.
Obviously, it depends on what Patrick is playing here, because honestly, VFD isn't that great against some decks, but I guess decks like Dinosaur, Emancipator, it can just cause them to pass their turn, which is really strong.
Oh, this immediately scoops.
Yeah,
makes
that's very fair, to be honest. I mean, if he didn't open any hand traps, he probably just doesn't want to show Alexander Hulch what he's playing, right? So.
Yeah, just no reason to. You lose no matter what.
So
Yeah, it makes a lot of
now.
sense.
Remember how we said this game isn't gonna take so long?
Yeah. I don't know, I thought we'd get to see water combos, but maybe not. Maybe game 3, he'll get the combo.
Perhaps. I mean, game 3, you just play it out regardless, right? Might as well.
Yeah, might as well. I never play games out, but I think most people do.
Fair enough, yeah. I mean, I like to always think that my opponent just would make a mistake that would cost them the game at some point.
Yeah, that's fair.
Alright, so if you're Hulch here, what do you assume your opponent is playing?
Well, it's already round 3, so he might already know what his opponent's playing. It's always a possibility in the later rounds.
That's very fair, yeah.
Yeah, I think cards like... Because there's so many... Like, every deck summons Fiber right now, pretty much. So I think you're pretty safe to put in hand traps.
Yeah, unless it's like something like Altergeist, you know?
Yeah, but... Then you're playing versus Altergeist.
His opponent is thinking here. Patrick. Let's see what he does.
It's always weird when your opponent types that they're thinking. They either have a really crazy hand or a really bad hand.
That is very true, yeah. Alright, so he summons Medalchi Petting Sister. Doesn't use the effect, so he's not playing Medalchi, he's playing an Emancipator.
Yeah. It's looking like a solid hand.
That's ooh, a very interesting line of play here. He opts to start with the petting to play around stuff like Ogre and Gamma, I assume. And then he also just normal summons Analyzer and special summons Seeker immediately, so that way he can just summon as many monsters on the field as possible to play around as many hand traps as possible. However, like if Hulch has like a combination of Nibiru and something, this could be very punishing.
Oof. Good stack, Crusader. It's not what you want, but Sword Rock, so solid.
I don't know if I would summon it here personally. I don't think I would.
Yeah, I can definitely see not summoning it.
Yeah, I wouldn't summon it, to be honest.
Yeah, so if he doesn't hit the Guardian here, he's losing. Oh, he hits the Guardian.
Alright, it's pretty good.
Yeah, that's exactly what you want here.
It is, however, this is still quite risky, honestly.
So we'll see if he has maybe Impermanence and the Nibiru, or Valor and Nibiru.
Yeah, something like that. Maybe Mourner Nibiru as well. Would be crazy.
Oh, he might have it if he's thinking on this.
Summons Gallant Granite. So if the Gallant Granite resolves, it's gonna be pretty hard for, I mean, Patrick not to win this game, right? Because Block Dragon Axis is just so strong.
Yeah, if you get the Black Dragon, most hand traps don't matter. Either like a combination of multiple hand traps. Oh, targeting the Guardian.
He is claiming that he has something on the summon of the Guardian. I mean, he did say that he was thinking when the Guardian was summoned, but his opponent ignored him and summoned Granite anyways. So I'm inclined to say that he should be allowed to respond to the Guardian effect. The Guardian summon, rather.
Yeah, that's really weird. Oh, so
wait.
he might actually have the Impermanence Nibiru.
Oh boy, this is something. Okay.
Yeah,
let's
it's always
see if it comes
stressful to see.
down. I mean, there's no reason for you to Imperm Guardian unless you have Nibiru, right? Because, like, well, why else wouldn't you? Why else would you do that?
Yeah, I think he has to have Nibiru here.
This might actually just be a really, really fast game. Who knows?
Yeah, we'll see. Could have something like Ash Valor if he just wants to get out of the way. That's a bit weird.
Not sure if I agree with that, to be honest, but yeah, could be. Also, I mean, there is still just the chance that Banterbus, well, Patrick anyway, opened a Block Dragon, so...
Yeah, if you just open the Black Dragon,
yeah,
the Nibiru doesn't really matter here.
it's true. So, really just depends, I suppose. Patrick opts to go for Fibrax here? Yeah, alright.
Yeah, he might have just opened it so he's not making the Gallant Granite.
Hulch allows the Fibrax to go through.
He does have it.
Do you agree with using Nibiru on this spot? I'm not sure.
I think it's a really weird time to use it. Because I'm getting the O-line token is actually really relevant.
Yeah, especially if he has Block Dragon, right?
Yeah. I think you always assume he has Black Dragon here, so he doesn't make the Granite.
I mean, yeah, I mean, if Patrick has Block Dragon here, it's gonna be very bad for Hodge. I think he'd get punished, but like, regardless of that, I don't really think it would change that much, realistically speaking. Like, if you have Block Dragon, you still just combo regardless.
Yeah, the only good thing for him is he's already used the Seeker effect, so he'll only be getting off Researcher.
But then he also just makes Raptide, so it's not like his snowballing options are completely out of the way. He still has, like, a lot that he can do.
Yeah, for sure. just marking which token is which.
That's very fair, honestly. It can come up, very important.
Yeah, it matters a lot. Oh, I guess it doesn't matter. He just makes Link Spider.
He makes Link Spider here, which means that he does probably have Block Dragon, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Damn, what a hand. That was a really, really good hand.
Yeah, he opened extremely solid. That's exactly what you want to see.
I mean, the way he started out his turn was questionable, I think, but otherwise, it's fine, I think. Yeah, he gets really rewarded if he's playing Cerberus now.
Yeah, I would definitely assume he's playing Cerberus. Would hope it's pretty
Right?
standard by this point.
And like, he also just made Link Spider, so I mean, it would make sense, right? Like, that's the only reason he would make Link Spider here. Yep, there we go. He's opting not to use Cerberus.
That's so he probably has something really good in hand. I'd hope so.
I mean, I think that's the only reason he would not use Cerberus's effect here. However, not getting rid of the body can be pretty punishing sometimes.
Yeah, definitely. Like the Nibiru just clears all your negates if it has to.
That's something you wouldn't expect.
Oh.
That would be so good.
You have the Gigantes in hand.
Fair enough. I mean, you wouldn't want to get rid of the Gigantes, right? Yeah, I understand it. Did
I
he
don't know about
search the
that, actually.
Weeping Idol of Block Dragon? I wasn't paying attention.
Yeah, I was gonna say if you're playing the Weeping Idol, I don't think the Gigantes matters too much. If you weren't, I can see keeping it, but I think clearing the Nibiru is too valuable.
Yeah, clearing the neighbor is very important, I think. So maybe he just doesn't play Weeping Idol, or he's added it out or something.
No, he added it.
He added it. All right.
Yeah.
Then I think discarding the Gigantes just makes sense then, right? Surely, unless he plans on just making Dragite here.
No, I actually think Raptite might be stronger than, or I guess not.
It could be. Yeah, I
He
can
hits it
definitely
too.
see why you would think that.
Yeah, I don't think Raptite's too bad in this matchup.
He's also playing Called by the Grave. What are your thoughts on that?
I don't know, I think just all of the hand traps that Called by the Grave stops, you already played through pretty easily.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Like, I think if the Called by the Grave is just like another extender, you play through Ash or Valor anyways.
Are you then a fan of like something like Exchange, or do you just think you don't need to play any cards that stop hand traps?
Yeah, I definitely prefer just playing more extenders. Just
I
trying to
agree on
put
that
through the
front.
hand traps. Yeah.
Definitely.
So I think if your hand just like 4 extenders, you play through every hand trap anyways.
It's quite true. I mean, you don't really play through every hand trap depending on how many they have, but like the chances of them having like even 3 hand traps is so low.
Yeah, it just almost never happens.
Like the chances of them opening 3 hand traps is almost like half the chances of you seeing Block Dragon if you're playing 3 Block Dragon and Foolish, which is just like super favorable for you.
So he does eventually clear the Nibiru, so Unicorn instead.
I guess I can understand why he would be doing this. I mean,
Yeah.
alright. I was thinking he could just summon the Weeping Idol here and make Herald, because like Herald is really strong in this matchup. But
Yeah, Herald is like water just can't play through Herald.
they summon Neptune.
And a lot of their normal summons can't even attack over it.
That's true. Nothing is bigger than Herald. Nothing is bigger than IP either. Like the deck just is so weak when it comes to normal summons.
Yeah. Like, you do have normal summons, but you don't want to normal summon those cards. Like, you never
Yeah,
want to
like-
be normal summoning Dragoons.
Exactly.
So even if they do normal summon Dragoons attack over Herald, that's so much value for you.
Yep. And you can't use Neptibus under Herald. Your Diva does nothing because the Neptibus you get off Diva if the Diva doesn't get negated also does nothing. You can't use Teus in hand. I think you can still use Minstrel, but like if you use Minstrel, the 2 cards that you discard get banished, and then you don't get to trigger Dragoons if you discard because Dragoons has to go to the graveyard, right?
Yeah. Oh, it
So I
makes a
think
Union
there's-
here.
Okay, so this is why he didn't make Herald. He's opting for the Buster Lock here, so I understand that, I think. Right, he ends his turn, reveals the Weeping Idol to protect his Guardian, and it's time for Hulch to play. Do you think Water can break this board?
Honestly, I don't really know. I don't know too much about Water, but this is a really strong board.
Alright, I'll
monster
tell you
gates.
something.
Yeah.
I'll tell you something really interesting. So if Hulch plays like multiple copies of Heavy Infantry, this is definitely optimal.
Yeah, that would make a lot of sense. This Heavy is so strong versus a board like this.
Yeah, but it really just depends on how many copies he's opting to play.
Even something like Gamma Seal. Oh, and he scoops it up.
Alright, so we are going to game 3. Our prediction turned out to be true. This is a very fast game.
Yeah.
Hulch will probably go first here, and I definitely think he's favored simply because his engine outs hand traps on their own.
Yeah, I can definitely see him winning this game.
And VFD
Oh,
is just
combo mirrors go.
FTK.
Yeah, Rock just can't play Drew VFD.
Very true. Guess it's a matter of, let's see if Patrick gets rewarded for his siding options / hand trap options.
But hand traps even really stop the Mermo deck. Just
So
drawing multiple.
drawing multiple is honestly not even that good sometimes because some people play the Crusadia Arborea, so like even if you draw 2 hand traps, Minstrel clears one, and then Herald will stop the other, and you just resolve VFD anyways.
Makes a lot of sense. That's kind of the problem with the format right now, is you want to play hand traps, there's so many combo decks. And the combo decks play your hand traps so well.
It's very true. If Patrick is playing something like Dark Cooler no more, he's also just gonna get punished for doing that because VFD doesn't care about that card.
Yeah, definitely.
Right, so the water player obviously likes to go first here.
Yeah, pretty unsurprising.
I mean, water isn't known for being the most consistent deck, but as I said that, Hulch
Yeah,
dropped
he-
an Neptibus, so it doesn't
Again.
matter.
Yeah, we'll see, he might just scoop again.
I mean, you still play out game 3 no matter what, I think. And like something Mermel infamously struggles with is follow-up, right? So
Yeah. That's the problem with a lot of VFD decks right now. Even the Rocket deck.
Rocket decks in general struggle with follow-up, trust me, I would know. Anyways, he's going for the Lapis Dragon here, which means he's going for the Hulky Firebrax play. He did not search Minstrel, which means he probably just hard drew it, right? There is no way you don't. Yeah, there we go.
Yep, and he did.
Yep.
Oh, and he
This
is. Yeah, this game is looking
this is
really good.
Really good. Yeah. Views his opponent's hand. We'll see what he gets to take out. Typically, if they have multiple hand traps, you just take out like Nibiru if that's one of them. because that's like the worst. That's like the best one against your deck. Let's see. Alright, so he clicks on a card, and he banishes the Doki.
So he must not have any hand traps.
Yeah, well, that's really, really unfortunate for Patrick. This probably means Hulch just wins the game.
Yeah, I mean, let's see water combo off.
Searches the Mullen Glacier as well, which will like stop Patrick from starting his turn with good cards. We see the DD Designator. Wow, what is this?
I was hoping we'd see that. Saw it in his side deck. I really wanted to see him play it.
Jesus, what is this?
Yeah, so it looks like he's gonna hand loop him for 4 cards.
Yeah, not bad at all. I mean, I think I can understand the idea behind playing a card like that, because like if you open your engine, DD Designator just becomes another hand loop card that also just can out hand traps. It's definitely better than Exchange or Called by the Grave in a deck like this, right?
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. Because you can see your opponent's hand. So strong.
Yeah, I mean, this is pretty deadly for Patrick here. I mean, I don't see a world where he ends up somehow winning this game.
Yeah, this is not looking good at all.
It's the Pancratops, the Guardian. Honestly, do you even play this out? I mean, I did say you should play out game 3, but do you play this out?
Hey, we get to see what water does, so I'm pretty happy.
Yeah, the deck is like just like any other combo deck. Summons 5 racks, abuses Auroradon, just goes from there. Yep, we do see the Gardener's Winning coming down here, which means he's opting to summon VFD and draw 2 cards in the process. It's so powerful. Alright, so he passes on a board of Tricking of All Calamities and Mullen Glacier. In the end phase, the Doki Doki comes back, so not that it matters, but Patrick's gonna start his turn with 3 cards.
Yeah, we'll see. He doesn't have any known follow-up. So technically, if he drew 4 dead cards, there's a chance for this rock player to come back.
I mean, I wouldn't say that that's unlikely. However, VFD isn't just for 1 turn; it's for 2 turns. So.
Yeah, you need him to miss a few draws. But the chance is there. We'll see. Plays it out or not.
There's something really funny I just realized. If you do end up resolving the VFD combo and you end up drawing it to additional copies of DD Designator, you just hand loop your opponent entirely.
Yeah.
So Patrick Sept 1 and passes. It's honestly very unlikely that he can recover from this, but we'll have to wait and see. I mean, he comes down to Minstrel, which isn't like looking good for Patrick. Right, get sort of the Researcher. It comes back in the end phase though, so not that it matters a whole lot.
He does have the Diva.
Yeah, this is probably game. I mean, the water deck should be playing Access Code, right?
Yeah, I'm not sure what that set card could be. I could win him this game.
Yeah. It shouldn't matter, honestly. As for the Link summon, probably Hulky Firebrax. Yep.
Yeah, he'd probably just bring access code, and that's the
Mhm.
game.
Sounds about right. I mean, just link climb into Unicorn and then make access code. Alright, so the Unicorn comes down.
Yeah, it should be
Spins
a
the
unicorn.
back row, summons access code in this attack. It doesn't even need to
Oh,
summon access code,
yeah.
it's a game on board
Go
regardless.
straight
Um,
for it.
Yep, the game is over. Waters currently in a team that has a 2-0 record, on its way to a 3-0 record. We
Yeah, the
obviously,
deck looked really strong there.
yeah, I mean, the deck is pretty powerful when it opens its starters. It doesn't
Yeah, it's opening the
always
starters.
open. Yeah, more or less. Since this finished pretty quickly, we'll probably try to find another feature match for you guys to watch. But before we do, I'd just like to take this moment to thank our sponsors, Patriot Games, a UK store with some phenomenal custom services, including custom printed playmats, Card Market, Europe's largest site for TCG buys, sales, and trading, and the GOAT Cards, epic UK vendor with insane prices and a very strong eBay store. We appreciate them for sponsoring us, and we will be back soon with hopefully a second feature match for round 3 of the 3v3 YOS, so stay tuned. Alright, we are back with round 3 of the 3v3 YOS. We have Gabriel Vargas, previous NAWCQ champion, playing an Emancipator, and the same team that was featured previously with Hani Johari, playing against Matthew Price's Mystic Mind Sky Striker deck. I believe they're currently in game 2, and they're in a pretty grindy position. So Orion, what are your thoughts on this matchup?
Well, I think Gate Blocker is really just such a blowout versus a striker deck.
It's very true.
A lot of the games you're losing are off of the Mystic Mind.
Yeah,
And also,
something like
even just being able to stop Widow Anchors is so strong.
the card is really, really strong in this matchup. I feel like ever since Ryan Yu won the third LCS with the Sky Striker, Gate Blocker has become a staple in every single rock deck because of just having this searchable out to Mystic Mine so that you just never lose to stuff like it.
Yeah, and even like ending on double Gate Blocker, so it can't target anything. There's not much striker can do against that.
It's true.
How do you feel about the striker deck? No, it hasn't really done much since Ryan Yu won the LCS with it.
I think it's not a very easy deck to play, first of all. So like, I think I can understand why it doesn't have that much representation. It's also like not the most consistent deck. Like it's always been a deck with consistency issues. Like even when Engage was at 3, sometimes you just don't draw Engage and you can't play the game. So I think that's like partially why Striker has just fallen off, slash just hasn't been as big as people expected it to be after Ryan Yu won the LCS with it. I do like the deck though, because like when it gets going, it's actually very hard to lose if you know what you're doing.
Yeah, that's definitely true about the consistency issues, because you really don't play very many starters. And you're really all relying on Ray. So if you don't see that Ray, pretty tough spot.
It's very true. With the release of Rose, I feel like, I mean, obviously it's easier to get to Ray access. So it really just depends on what you open. The deck also tends to blind second, so the 6th card really does help.
Yeah, that's really important. Drawing 6 versus 5 is a really big consistency increase.
That is really big. We see Gabe attacking for game here, and that was the end of that game. So this also ended really, really quickly.
Yeah, about right after we joined. Just drew
Yeah.
out the mine.
Let's see. Maybe we can get in one more game.
Yeah, hopefully. A bit longer.
Yeah, alright. So, again, sorry for this really quick game. We'll be back as soon as we can with one more game for this round, since this took, like, almost short to no time. So stay tuned. Alright, guys. Hash here. I'm back with some unfortunate news. Round 4 is nearly over. We have been trying to look for an alternative feature match for some time now, but most of them are either very late into the game or have some ruling disputes. So we'll be back with more replay footage shortly. I think that does it for me and Orion for today. So we'll be back tomorrow in top 4, and just stay tuned for round 5, where we'll have 2 different commentators joining you for the rest of the day.
Yeah. Shout out to my team, Frozen Card Gaming. We'll be back tomorrow for top 4.
All right. Take care, guys, and we'll see you guys tomorrow. Looking forward to it.
And fucking like just attack.
Hello everybody and welcome back to the YOS. We finally made it to round 4, what a day it has been. And we've got a pretty interesting match here for you guys. It's going to be Ben Sherman versus Alexander Hutch of the Junks Playground team. They've got about 4 or 5 minutes until this actually kicks off. So hello Joe, welcome back to commentary. How are you doing?
Not so bad, thanks. How are you?
I'm good. It's been a pretty stressful day. We've had a few ups and downs, but I think we're getting there. We've seen some really interesting play on stream, and I'm hoping these guys can give us something a little bit extra special.
Yes, indeed. It's interesting as well having 2 Joes on stream, just to make things a little bit more spicy.
Why not?
It does get confusing when I see people referencing in the chat. They're talking about Joe, and I'm like, which one?
Yeah, which one?
Usually it's you, so it's not too bad. But you know,
it's okay. You're the Rufio.
I'm the Rufio. Kind of weirdly named, dubiously named. Let's put it that way. But it is what it is.
So we just got 4 minutes on the clock before this round kicks off. It's going to be a little bit later than we originally anticipated. Had some, let's call them interesting judge situations throughout the day, but we're getting there.
Yeah, I think mishaps are one of those things, aren't they? And an event of this size, 3v3 and all of that, there's so many more variables that people don't necessarily take into account, and it's a learning experience, I guess, for everyone involved.
Yeah, absolutely. To be honest, I'm thinking about just doing a whole new video explaining my tournament experience, what it's been like running these YOS events, and what the future will be as lockdown is ending. You know, people are starting being able to go outside playing in safe spaces again. It's really great.
Yeah, and I would say that's free content, but I guess given it's your tournament, you've put a lot of legwork in, so not entirely free, but you know, you've worked for it.
Almost free. You know, I'm actually making a loss from this one.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, so we guaranteed we guaranteed £1,000 payout for this event. So we've had 18 teams enter, so I'm going to be putting up a little bit extra of my own moolah just to help smooth things over and get everyone to that nice £1,000 prize pool.
Well, if that's what you committed to, I guess that's what you have to do, right?
Well, I'd rather give back to the community.
I mean, I'd rather have extra money in my pocket. You know?
Then you'd watch fewer card games.
That's true, but then I'd probably spend that money on cards anyway. You know what, Eldritch is expensive, man. If I decide I'm going to play that deck, I've got to commit.
Oh, true.
Not cheap.
I've seen offers of like 400 on an Eldritch core recently.
Jeez, It's getting wild.
Imagine
Over 100 on card market.
What, per Golden Lord?
Per Golden Lord.
Wow. You would know. You do the weekly card market viewing.
Yeah. So that's all spawned because I used to spend most of my time just sat on eBay, looking at cards and trying to pick them up cheap, and then I decided I'd do a sort of market watch out of that, and it's come at the right time because now I'm a team leader and I can't sit on my phone all day. So now I just rely on everyone else's word of mouth telling me, oh man, this card's going crazy price, so I have a nose through and take a look. And Eldritch is one of those ones that, you know, is worth keeping an eye on, but €100 was the minimum when I did my market watch recording last night. So unless that's changed, it's real expensive.
Yeah, that's a lot of money to drop on it. And it's interesting the odd cards that go up from it, especially like one I quite liked from this whole format is the increase in the price of ulti tunings, which didn't used to be as expensive as they are now.
Yeah.
So much more popular now that there are one card, wombo combo in like half the decks in the game.
Yeah, it's pretty insane at the moment.
So we've got, I think it's about 2 minutes left. 1 minute left before the round begins, so we should get this one underway shortly. We'll see if we can get a slightly shorter delay for the next round. So actually a quick explanation of what happened in round 3. There was, as we were heading towards time, there was a ruling dispute. I think it took about 20 minutes, half an hour to deal with because we had multiple disputes at the same time. And then obviously that led to about 20-30 minutes of additional time just on that solution there. And then we ended up with one more game being played, and then that resolved the round. So that's why we've got round 4 coming in now. We previously were expecting round 5 to kick off about now, I think. But
Yeah.
we're still here, and I'm going to be here all day keeping you guys informed. And Joe, are you hanging around for the last round, or do you need to head off?
No, I'll be hanging about.
Very nice. So the round has just started. Let's see if the players respond.
There we go.
So I can't remember if we've already seen Alex on stream for this one. Ben's winning the die roll here, or the rock paper scissors, choosing to go first. Ben's actually have you seen Ben's YouTube channel?
Yeah, it's actually really good. I've been keeping an eye out for it because I got talking to Ben actually in the last few months. He's quite well known, obviously, on the UK circuit and things like that. But he's also obviously a fantastic player. Sometimes I don't think he necessarily gets the credit for that in the modern game, but you know. And with that, he's putting up these really cool combo tutorials that we may see in action here.
Not quite just yet with that
Not
imperm
just yet,
on the Deep Sea Diva. You know, I believe if that Diva had resolved its full hand loop, but Alex knows exactly what to do, hitting the Diva right away, leaving Ben with just one Diva in a set. That's not the most oppressive board. Oh, and there's a Diva on the other side. Is that set an imperm? Oh my god, I really hope it's an... Oh, he's got an Ash. Okay. It doesn't even need to be an imperm. 1 for 1 from the other side, though.
This could turn into a little bit of a battle of the wits, right? Because if they're playing identical decks, mirror match is always spicy anyway. But you know, it'll be interesting to see who can hold their nerve a little bit, knows exactly what to do at the right time, and see if it pays off.
Yeah, both of these are really well-established players. They both have a lot of tops under their belts already. So it just depends on who's the true master of... Not, I was going to say master of Mermail, but there's not even Mermail. Master of the water deck.
Has like one Mermail card or something like that.
Yeah.
I think it sort of turned into anything with water in it is now just considered Mermail.
Maybe. Oh, so there's the Minstrel. This is a great new card from a recent set, which allows you to look at your opponent's hand and banish one card from it. You do have to discard 2, but when you're doing that, you can do exactly what Alex is doing here. Discard your Dragoons and then trigger it.
Yeah, you're not really missing out on anything by doing that.
Wonder what he's going to banish here, though.
Yeah, the downside to us not being able to see the hands is that we can't see exactly what's going to go on, so we won't see it until it happens.
Exactly. So I'm thinking the... Oh, Despot 1 was not a great draw, but it's not a terrible draw. So he's going to launch the Dragoons off here. So we both... So Alex has already committed his normal summon, but he does have a Needle Fiber player on the board right now, which presumably would bait the... what I'm going to assume is an impermanence from Ben. We don't know for 100% what it is. Ooh, Lapis Dragon. Okay, so this is just a free special summon here. That's nice.
Not bad at all.
And it has another effect if it's added from the graveyard to your hand. I can't recall if there is any part of a typical Momo combo that does that add, but maybe there is and I'm just not remembering right now. So he goes into Phoenix here. I guess he really doesn't like that back row.
Well, I guess if he thinks he's got a line of play to go through and he can get rid of it or force it now.
Yeah, oh, there
you
it
go.
is, yeah. So the Lapis is actually a tuner, so if he did force an Imperm there, he'd still have full Needle Fiber combo, and Ben had so little in resources.
Seems pretty strong.
Yeah. So it really just came down to who had the right number of hand traps there, and who had the right number of extenders.
It's worth noting as well, I guess, the advantage of knowing the deck well is that you also know when you've been defeated, really, and that can do so much for you and have an extra time to go through the rest of the games.
Yeah, exactly. Okay. So Ben does opt to go first, so presumably he's going to try and get a hand loop off here. He starts off... Oh, he is actually playing Mermail cards. Okay, so he does have the Teus.
So we can officially call it Mermail.
Yeah, not just the wet deck.
Yeah. Speaking of wet decks, whatever happened to wet salad?
that was a deck?
That was a deck. I mean, people tried, I guess. Just, yeah, it didn't quite work out, did it?
That's
Old
an interesting one.
Marincess. So there's a little bit of thinking going on here, I assume, because they've slowed right down.
Yeah. Keep in mind they are operating on a team basis here, so maybe Ben is just chatting to his teammates or the other way around.
Yeah, that is possible. Obviously, we can't hear all of this, so we have to... Oh, they're having a bit of a joke between them. That, you know, I don't think we can see that on the stream, but at least it's good. A good bit of communication going on between the players.
Yeah, so they're both really big fans of this deck. You know, I wonder if it was Mermail that Ben used for his national win. I think it was.
I don't know. I'd like to fact check that, but I've got one screen to work on, so I can't. Actually, you know what? We've got phones, right?
I've got another one as well. I can have a look. You're gonna hear some typing though, because I'm pretty sure it's 2014, and I think it was Mermail. So maybe he's just carrying on with the dream here. Yeah, first place UK Nationals 2014 deck profile Ben Sherman is available on YouTube, as uploaded by our good friend Jamie the Kid 00.
Ah, interesting.
You know,
Jamie didn't turn up for us this weekend though, did he?
No. Jamie had other commitments he needed to get to, which is understandable. So we've got the link cross play in here. I mean, this is just like super solid. The fact that you can build a strong board through an imperm, unless there's like another interrupt coming soon. Maybe this isn't a hand loop coming in from Ben though. Maybe it's just a good board.
Yeah. I mean, that seems sensible. So many other decks are just making these crazy combo boards. To be able to make your own seems like a pretty sensible option. I guess, like, in theory, is he running the... I mean, I haven't seen his deck list, but if he's running the... What's the big fishy synchro thing? Ravenous Crocus or whatever it's called.
Oh, yeah, Croca Dragon, is it? Croc Dragon?
Something like that. I mean, he could, in theory, be playing that and maybe Trish, because the synchro plays he's done so far are ones that are capable of going in that direction. So I don't know, but there's so many variables that can come into this. I guess it's hard to tell.
Yeah. So I don't think I've seen Ben use Croca Dragon before, so I'd be surprised if it came up now.
Okay.
But maybe he's had some tweaks to the deck that I don't know about. Could be anything.
Maybe he's got some secret spice.
So Ben's having a think here. Maybe he's... because there are various end boards you can go to from this position, so maybe he's just determining what's the best one. I really like how it's so easy to summon Teus, and so easy to get level 1 tuners. So he does have Sync 8 access. Of course, that means it gets rid of all of, like, the token's usefulness, but the fact that you can, like, have really easy Synchro 8 access is a big favorite thing of mine.
Yeah, I mean, like, Borrowed Savage is nothing to sniff at, right?
Yeah. I mean, back in the day of Dragon Rulers, when Synchro Rulers became a thing, and you had, like, Flamvell Guard with your Blaster going into your Synchro 8s, what was it? Thought Ruler Archfiend was a bomb back in the day, and the same with, is it Crimson Blader? Something like that.
One of those formats I missed out on, but I do remember Thought Ruler Archfiend being absolutely insane when it came out.
Yeah. I think the Synchro Dragon Ruler format was really interesting because you'd use Crimson Blader to stop your opponent from summoning level 5 or higher monsters, but everyone was trying to make these level 8 synchros.
Yeah.
So the like deck had an inherent attack on the same deck. It led to some really interesting plays, and you'd let your opponent kill all your stuff just because you knew you'd survive, but then you'd end up with some great resources. Okay, so he's gonna go O-Lion plus 2 tokens into an Omega. Interesting. Not going for a Borolo Savage.
So maybe he is going to try and loop him.
Yeah, I mean, he's only got 4 cards left to loop. Maybe there's a way he can do it.
I trust his judgment better than my own on that one.
Yeah. Okay, that's one. Oh, that's an O-Lion. How many O-Lions do you think he plays?
Well, who knows?
I mean, that's not a good draw, is it?
It's not a good draw, and it's one of those things like, do you play with the logic of, I play 1 copy and hope I don't draw it, or do I play 2 and risk my chances of bricking a little bit more?
Oh, what's this? Sorry, I agree with you, but I'm just looking at this Deep Sea Prima Donna, which I've never read in my life.
Target one of your opponent's Spanish cards, add it to your hand, special summon.
So you can take the O-Lion.
It looks that way.
Whoa.
They're both tuners though, so I don't see any like. Okay, he's gone for the special summon instead. I mean, that seems pretty nice anyway. Summoning from the deck.
Yes, yeah, that's not bad. I mean, he doesn't really care if his opponent has an O-Lion in hand, because you kind of need an extender even to make that O-Lion do anything.
Yeah, that's true.
And there goes a Minstrel.
Oh, okay. I didn't read further on the effect. I thought, oh, he can snatch the O-Line, so he gives it back to him to summon from deck.
Yeah, that's it.
Lesson to be learned here, guys. Read cards.
I mean, alternatively, Ben could have just taken the O-Line for himself, but it seems better to get that additional extender out.
Yeah, and your opponent, I don't know about the wording on O-Line, would he get a token if it went to the grave? The opponent?
We can have a look at the one in Ben's graveyard. If this card is sent to the graveyard, you can special summon 1 Mecha Phantom Beast to a token. So, yep, if that had gone to his graveyard, he would have been able to get the special summon of the token. Alex would have got the token there.
Yeah. It doesn't seem like a good idea to give your opponent anything if you can avoid it.
Yeah, it's not like the old days of Sky Striker or anything. Okay.
That's a lot of back row.
Yeah, I was not expecting back row from a Mermail or a water mirror match. Oh, and he's got a response in the standby phase.
Ooh,
Point.
okay.
Okay. Oh,
yeah,
wow.
you can take a look at my 1 card if you like. No problem.
So Ben's gonna get to rip a card out of Alex's hand for a brief while. Until the opponent's next end phase, which is...
Opponent's not once per turn.
Yeah, exactly. It's not... do you think he's got another one?
I mean, that would be interesting.
He's not using it now, but that's... I mean, he has seen the opposing hand already, so he can think about it. But he did take a Diva, and that's pretty massive.
Yeah. Be interesting to see what happens here now. He's obviously lost a key starter card, and Ben's fully aware now of what he's playing, so...
Yeah, we can expect that Alex would chat to his teammates to figure out exactly the best line of play here. Given that your opponent knows what you've got, and they took away that starter, yeah. Tell you what, while we wait, let's give a word to our fantastic sponsors. Oh, okay, so they're
waiting for
quick one. Let's wait for that. While they side, let's just give a word. So Patriot Games are one of our sponsors for this event. They're a really great UK run store. They've just got up their new website actually, which you can check out in the description. That is patriotgames.uk, I believe. Let me just double check that for you guys. Yeah, patriotgames.uk. They've got some really nice custom printing services, so if you want a custom printed, like a rubber mat, they've got great options there. Plus they just do like general RPGs, tabletop games, other TCGs and more as well. Then the next logo you can see there is for the Goat cards. That is a brand new UK-based website that sells cards specifically for Yu-Gi-Oh! I'm not sure if there's other product there just yet, but it's a really nicely set up website. You can like zoom in on the cards, get the text. You can even, for some reason, share if you're interested in a card on Facebook. Just in case you want to.
Someone wants to buy you a nice gift.
Yeah. And then the final sponsor for this event is Card Market, of course, the biggest trading website for Yu-Gi-Oh! And various other TCGs. So check them all out. There are links in the description. And if you want to, head to tier0games.com, sign in, and use the discount code YAZZY5, and you'll get 5% off your purchases.
As a note on those sponsors, actually, interestingly, Patriot Games is where I got my custom mat from. Fantastic quality, really happy with it, and a really good price, to be fair.
Yeah, I think they do a really phenomenal job for a good price.
Mm-hmm.
That's the great thing about them. You know, a lot of these playmat companies, they're going to be charging you like 80 quid or more. And it's only for slight improvements over what you can get for much, much better prices.
Yeah.
So as we move into this game, Alex has pretty much exhausted his hand, to be honest, because of that minstrel. But at least he's got that information about Ben's hand, and he didn't have to take away a hand trap. So I guess there's nothing in Ben's hand that he really fears right now. Maybe he can just wombo combo and win from here. He's not going to be hand looping though, we know that for a fact.
Yeah.
Well, okay. I'm saying that we know that for a fact. Maybe there's some like top secret play I don't know about, which allows him to hand loop from here.
Crazier stuff's happened.
Yeah. So he's got both O-Lions in the grave now, but he's going through Garden Rose Maiden. Do you think he's going to go to the VFD?
It definitely looks that way, you would assume.
He gets a few draws along the way.
Yeah, certainly. Who knows, whatever he draws into may change things.
Yeah.
Croco Dragon on the wrong side of the field that I anticipated it might come up.
Is that significant?
No, not really, but you know. Just one of those musings out of my own head.
Got to get everything in the right place.
Yeah.
So they're just clarifying how many draws there are. Because Alex should be getting 2 draws, one from Coral Dragon and one from the Croco Dragon. Yeah, Ben just missed that one, I think. So I don't think that this is a combo that Ben... Actually, no. Ben's done a lot of VFD combos. It's probably wrong to say that I don't think he's done it. He's probably done this combo as a video, which you can check out on Pulsar Games.
Yes, definitely would recommend it. A good little informative watch for you.
Yeah, and he's been really upping his game recently. He's kitted up some new equipment, so really improving the quality on that one as well. Do you think True King of All Calamities spells the doom for Ben here? Because Alex knows his opponent doesn't have an imperm in hand in those 4 remaining cards.
It'll be interesting to see. I guess Ben is one of those players who'll know when he's beaten. And I would hazard a guess that he probably thinks he's got something to play for here. Otherwise, he would probably just scoop it up. At least that's my assumption, anyway.
Wow, and there's a tuning as well. So when does Minstrel return the Diva? It's just until the end phase, right?
I'm not too sure, to be honest. It's one of those... Interestingly, before this event, I don't think I'd seen anything of the Deep Sea stuff. I know it had been hyped, but I hadn't seen it in play. So today's a first for me as well.
Yeah, so it looks like it's just until the end phase here. And then as soon as Ben goes into his turn, past his priority, here goes the True King of All Calamities calling water. That's, yeah.
Ooh.
That's rough.
So it looks to be a case of whether he can hold on for, you know, this next turn of VFD to worry about it. And if he can get through that and survive, then he's okay.
So he did have the Veiler there. you think he drew into that for turn, which is why Alex didn't banish it and it wasn't used previously?
That would be the case, I would assume. But again,
wow.
assumptions here.
There's a quick draw synchron as well. He's only got Alex has only got 7 cards left in extra deck though, so you have to really wonder whether he's got enough cards to combo off again. I doubt he's got like a full Hauki Fibrex combo, but maybe there's like an access code talker or something.
I guess there's a possibility as well that if you're Ben, you look at this and you go, okay, if I can survive, there's a good chance he's going to have exhausted his resources, and potentially I can continue to play and turn it round from there. We also don't know what the set card is. It could be something crazy, I guess.
What, are you thinking Fossil Diner?
I'm thinking Man-Eater Bug. Really switch things up.
Play the Needlebug card, just see if you can make your opponent deck out quicker.
What was that one that used to summon from graves? Spear Cretin?
Which one?
Spear Cretin.
What, when it's flipped up?
Yeah, flip up. You can set I don't know, maybe you could, I don't know, do something. Get back effect Veiler.
Solid speculation here.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I've seen people summon Obelisk on stream. That's all I need to know.
Not on this stream yet.
No, not on this stream yet.
Can't wait for that day. When we run a God card only tournament.
That could work. I mean, if the Sacred Beasts have got all this great support, then why not?
Yeah, Konami.
Sacred Beasts, those ones.
Konami, where's our God card support? So what do you think about this return to play then? I know in the UK we've got various locals that are starting to kick off with a limited number of players.
Yeah. So unfortunately mine hasn't gone there yet. We are actively just tagging the guy who runs the tournaments in every post we possibly can to give him their hint, but that's Mana Screw in Northampton if any of you are ever over there. Really good locals. But yeah, it's he's obviously making sure that he's playing things safe and doing it right. And there's obviously, you know, some stores have got a lot of space that they can work with, so maybe they can do it a bit more comfortably. And it'll just be an interesting time for the game. I'm not sure we're going to see anything like crazy competitive for the rest of the year, maybe. But even getting back to locals would be nice, right? Just like seeing your friends and you know, that kind of stuff. Some semblance of normality returning.
So this is an interesting one for me because essentially my locals was every now and again I'd meet up with 2 friends in the middle of London because I work in London, but I live like a couple of hours away and I commute in. So
it's a journey.
Yeah, so since lockdown, it's been very different. So I haven't actually been in London in order to meet up with my friends and do our like essentially locals thing. But I've only moved to the area recently, and there's nothing really close. I'm actually probably close enough that I could do like a Winchester locals or something, maybe. So I'm kind of hoping that they'll restart soon.
I mean, it's not unusual for people to travel. We get, if anyone is, again, well-versed in the UK scene, Michael Broadbent. He travels over to us all the time, and I think he's in, over, I want to say Oxford.
Oh, really?
So, yeah, I think so. I could be getting that wrong. It could be Cambridge. They're the same place to me anyway. So, I mean, you know, they both have those big universities in. But I know that he travels a little bit, if I'm not mistaken, to get to locals. And, you know, it's well over an hour's travel to my understanding. But, you know, you got to do what you got to do if you want to go to the good locals and the ones that are available.
Yeah. Well, I just need to figure out where those are and get myself over there when they start up again.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see as well. We're probably going to see a lot of limitations on what is being done.
Wow. Sorry, I'm just looking at the damage here. So Ben has put himself on 700. Is that correct?
Yeah, I mean, because he's got access code talker. at what 5-3?
Oh, okay.
No, not 5-3. 4-3.
No, it's 4-3, yeah. So he didn't go into a Link 3 beforehand. Okay, so that would have been game winning.
Yeah.
Maybe he didn't have a Link 3 left. Because he's used an Auroradon. I don't know, I imagine he's got one left and maybe just misunderstood the situation, but sadly Ben did not draw an Imperm for for game here.
Set and pass.
Yeah, I mean, let's be real. If Ben had drawn an Imperm here, he would be able to play through the VFD, and there was no other disrupt from Alex, and Ben probably could have quite easily taken that game if his hand has a starter card in it. But as it is, he didn't draw into it. Alex has the access code Talker to take down the Gund, and he's easily going to do that 700 damage and take the win here.
There we go.
Yeah.
Just like that.
Simple.
Just like that.
Okay, so interesting mirror match here. I think what we'll do is we'll see if we can spot another interesting match to bring you guys. In the meantime, if you're up for that, Joe?
Yeah, that works for me.
So we'll just take a quick 5-10 minute breaks to try and figure out if there's one available, set it up, and bring you guys back on the stream. But until then, I'll see you guys soon. Okay, so we're gonna come back for another match from round 4 since we've got a little bit of time left on it. Back here with the wonderful Joe Sullivan, or the owner of the YuGiOh YouTube channel.
Yes, sir.
And for this one, we've got Kamal against Tristan. So the teams are Luxury X Gabe Nation on the bottom, and the Disciples on the top. Tristan with his very famous Dragon Link deck, although this is, I believe, not the FTK variant of it.
So he's opted to go for something a little bit more combo-centric, I guess, and just set up and hope the opponent can't play through. Makes sense.
Yeah, and I mean, if you establish a Buster Dragon lock, that's pretty good.
Yeah, usually leaves you in a good place. It's likely that that's equipped to what, Borrowed Savage?
It needs a Dark, I believe, or a Dragon, and I don't think you'd put it on the Bro Tour. So yeah, it's most likely on the Savage, easiest one to protect, and he's put it in defense, so he's played around the Lightning Storms there.
Smart guy.
Let's just update the artwork for Kamal here. There we go. So Adamant Spades are on the bottom, and the Rockets on the top.
Do we know what game we're in here?
I haven't got access to the logs, so I'm not entirely sure. Let's have a quick look at the timer. So they've got another 30 minutes left on the round, so they're halfway through the round. To be honest, I'd hazard a guess that this is game 2, and that Tristan started, because look how many cards are still left inside of Kamal's deck, and he hasn't even used his graveyard yet.
Yeah, that's true.
So that seems like the most likely thing here. So just trying to bait out the bounce from the Hieratic Seal here. Do you think he has enough to break through this board?
I guess it depends entirely on what he's got in his hand. But it's got to be something strong. I mean, no extra deck access unless you can get rid of that Borrowed. And then you've also got to be able to try and put damage on board or set yourself up in a position where you can continue to play for yourself. He must have something good in hand. You would hope.
Yeah, he hasn't gone for the immediate scoop, so he's got to have something here.
I mean, it's worth noting that the odds are probably stacked against him here. Like, we can see clearly that, that Borrowed Savage on its own is intimidating enough. But to have 4 cards in hand as well as a really sort of well-established board, to try and play through that with, the 5 resources that we're aware of, it's certainly going to be tasking.
Oh, hey. Okay, that was it. Wow.
There you go.
I mean, that was the quick feature for you guys. So, I'll tell you what, let's take a quick look at Tristan's, what he's actually played here. So he's set up a board with a Buster Lock on a Borrowed Savage with the Hieratic Seal. I mean, to be honest, that's not enormous. He has previously used an Arclight, but even so, you'd think he'd try and put up more disrupts. Do you think there's any reason why it's so few, or do you think he's just confident enough that that can win the game? Because, I mean, he has got the full lock from the extra deck there.
Yeah, it's interesting. Maybe he's just trying to be resourceful, knowing, if his opponent can go off, he needs to be able to continue to play. And if he doesn't feel like he can set something up significant enough, then I guess it runs the risk if you're getting steamrolled and not being able to play back. Maybe. But that's really the only sort of thing that I can think of, unless I've missed something that sort of is a bit more obvious. But we have come in halfway through the game, so it's sort of hard to know.
Yeah, it's true. But I mean, either way, Tristan must have had a pretty long turn when you look at how many cards are in his graveyard. But he is well versed with Rocket Link decks, so we can expect that he goes through it fairly quickly, to be honest. Anyway, I think what we'll do, we've still got 26 minutes left on the round and a few more matches going on. We'll hop off for another sec, see if we can bring you guys another round, and we'll be back shortly. Hello everyone and welcome back to the YOS 3v3. We've got the final round for today, round 5 of Swiss, and we're going to be seeing Ben versus Gabe.
Yes, sir. Should make for an interesting matchup.
And it's pretty. I tell you what, there's something really interesting about this. Both of these teams are playing very similar lists to each other. So, as in, most of Ben's, like all of Ben's team is playing a very similar list to each other, and all of Gabe's team is playing a very similar list. But they're totally different decks.
So that could be an indicator of how people should potentially approach these tournaments.
Could be. Maybe we need some harder stats than round 5 of the YOS 3v3, but there aren't very many 3v3 YuGiOh tournaments that have happened yet, so I suppose we are, in a sense, contributing to some useful stats.
That's it.
Oh, just lost you there for a moment. You okay?
All good, all good.
Okay. So, time on the round is due to begin any minute now. Let me just pull up the clock and I can double check for you guys. We've got 4 minutes before this round kicks off. What's been your highlight of the event so far, Joe?
I'm not going to lie to you, my favourite moment has been DD Designator. DD Designator, the little part of me went wild when it happened.
I saw you hitting up the stream chat. We do occasionally interact with the YouTube chat as well, just to keep you guys informed if there's any extra information we have.
Yeah, I normally try to mill around in there and have a chat with people, but most of the chatting that goes on, of course, is on the Discord server itself.
Yeah, that's where we tend to communicate with our teams, with our players, try and keep them up to speed with everything that is going on, and try to resolve any sticky situations that can arise.
Yeah, I feel like the last round went too smooth, so things are bound to go horribly wrong this time round. So
yeah.
Prepare yourself. Prepare yourself.
Just get ready for like some insane judge calls, all kinds of illegal plays. I mean, hopefully not on the stream, but we'll see.
Crazy things have happened.
Crazy things, yeah. So, I'll be honest, I think this might be quite rock, paper, scissors based.
You do? I mean, I don't look at the lists. I have a bit of a rule where I could look at the lists and be a little bit more informed, but I quite enjoy being caught off guard by the action that's going on and sort of having that chance to speculate about how things may go. And I don't know whether people like that or don't like that, but that's how I like to do things. So for me, I'm kind of completely blind to this.
So, okay. So I know pretty much 99% of each of these players' decks. And Ben, who's on the bottom, has featured on the YuGiJoe channel several times before, but he always brings something different to the table. He's not normally playing anything like super standard. We've seen him have great success with Sky Striker, Zephyr. He's recently done some cool stuff with ABC. So we could see something really interesting coming from the lower half of the screen. And then Gabe is obviously like just a masterful player, so you're going to expect something really strong from his deck.
Yeah, that's what I'm kind of hoping for here. We're going to see some really high-level play. I mean, it's one of those things, isn't it? Sometimes you just see a moment of play where you just go, that was beautiful. Someone did something so perfectly well executed that you don't see coming, and hopefully that's one of those moments that we're going to get to see on the stream, because that is the kind of stuff that you get from these high-level players.
Yeah, definitely. And just 1 minute to go before they kick this one off. And this will be the last round for the day, but if this particular match finishes pretty quickly, like the last few, maybe we could jump into a few more and see if there's anything interesting popping up from the remaining decks.
Yeah, certainly. I think this is my last one for the tournament now as well, so hopefully we go out on a bang.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I'm feeling it for this one.
Yeah. When I saw the options of our matchups, and we do have a sort of nose through the list of what is available and just sort of see what we want to go with. And when this was selected as one, I thought, you know what, that's bound to be some good.
Yeah. And it's interesting, right? So Gabe's team, Luxury X Gabe Nation, they are currently XO, and then Ben's team on the bottom, they're currently X1, and this is a result of us having 18 teams that entered into this event.
Yeah, it's one of those that sort of cream of the crop rising up. You know, they're well established, very very good players. So you expect them to perform in this kind of tournament. They're going to know each other well. They've got really good coaching ability between them, I assume, and that sort of shows in the results that we're seeing.
Yeah, and that's actually, you make a really good point there. These players are able to communicate with their teammates. So essentially they do have that coaching angle that is not normally available during competitive play. So for all we know, one of Gabe's team is carrying everyone through this by just telling them exactly what to play at any time, and the same could be said about Ben's team, but I'll be honest, I'd expect them to be competent enough on each side to take some actions.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, you don't get this far, you don't get even X1 in this kind of it's sort of a weird event in that it's not necessarily individual performance, but for your team to perform across the entire event, even to get X1, is you're doing something right. You know, you're playing well, so that means you should be able to carry yourself regardless to the opponent, you would assume.
Yeah, and here we see the first indication of what Gabe has, which is the Kawaki Meru Guardian, and he follows it up with a Researcher, so I think it's pretty safe to say we've got Adamancipator on the top for this one.
Yeah.
But then from Ben's side, you look at it, he's only got 2 sets. It's not looking like he's in exactly the best position here, but he does have an Imperm to hit the Guardian. This is an interesting one.
Okay. See where this is going to go.
So while the Guardian isn't actively doing anything right there, it is potentially protecting Gabe from various hand traps that could be coming down on him. So that Imperm there does mean that if Ben has any hand traps, then they'll all be live soon.
A little part of me was expecting to see Multi-Faker.
That would have been really nice. The FTK there.
Play a mini Multi-Faker engine. Just for when you Imperm. Ooh.
Ghost Ogre. You know, I really like Ghost Ogre, actually.
I love Ghost Ogre, but we haven't seen much of it, have we, recently? And so I'm kind of took aback by that a little bit. I wasn't expecting it.
Yeah, it doesn't feature in a lot of deck lists. It's certainly something that separates the list that Ben is playing from the majority of other lists of a similar nature. We will reveal the deck shortly, just as soon as Ben plays something that gives a strong indication of exactly what it is.
Yeah, still very much blind at this stage, especially for me. Like I say, don't look at these lists. I like to just see what comes up, and it's keeping me in suspense, at least.
I really, you know, you look at what Ben has, I really hope he hasn't just bricked here. I really hope that's not just like a set tuning or something like we saw before, but there's the Veiler.
All of the interrupts.
Not bad.
Saying that though, this just is testament to how good Adamancipator is and how broken this whole deck is. The fact that he still has 3 cards in hand, 2 options on field, and he's played through what now? This is the 3rd interrupt?
Yeah. But the thing is, the Imperm wasn't super impactful, was it? I mean, it just hit the Guardian.
Yeah, I mean, obviously the intention was to allow him to continue to respond, and he kind of had to do it now in hindsight. But even still, like your average deck, if you get hit with 3 interrupts, you'd be like, okay, I've run out of resources or I can't physically play. But it doesn't look like Gabe is in that position still. Maybe he won't have a strong Gabe line of play. And, you know, there is still 1 set card to consider and still a card in hand, but usually you'd expect not to be able to play at this point, and that's not what we're seeing.
But he does have Gigantis. That's pretty good. He can make the Gallant Granite get himself block dragon access if he needs to. I'd say unless Ben has... oh, there's another one. Unless Ben has something decent here, I'd expect him to scoop, to be honest.
Yeah, maybe. It's just, again, Adamancipator doing what Adamancipator does. Extender after extender after extender. It can just play through so much.
Yeah, it's crazy.
I mean, 4 bodies on board for absolutely free, let's be honest. And, you know, the possibilities of this are endless, regardless of what your extra deck is. Like, you want rank 4 plays, you can go into it. You want link plays, you can go into it. You know, you've got options to so many different things here. You know, depending on whatever flavor of deck you want to play. This whole rock thing is insane.
Wow, and yeah, and he doesn't even have to go into complicated plays because he can just attack with all of his monsters and do a lot of damage.
You know what? At this stage, if it ain't broke, then you can try and fix it.
You know what? I really hope Gabe plays Cowboy and then he can somehow turn the Doki Doki and Guardian into another copy. And then we just see double Cowboy for game. But
is Cowboy not once per turn?
Maybe it is. But there's an Ash Blossom here anyway. And Ben dropping the uwu in the chat.
Does make me sad sometimes that the people watching can't see what's going on in the chat. Sometimes it's kind of got those funny moments.
Some funny moments that make it onto groups, and here we go into game 2 then. Yeah, so Ben just did not see Engine there. It was all Disrupt, and unfortunately for him, it wasn't even enough Disrupts.
I guess so. There's one good thing with all of this for Ben is that technically Gabe still doesn't know what he's playing. Like, he's not committed anything to the board. He just knows he's got interrupts.
Yeah, so all that Gabe has to think about is what deck can play all of Veiler, Imperm, Ash, and Ghost Ogre.
So, like, if I think through the sort of main decks that have this kind of high hand trap count, it's hard to know. There's so many different ones. I mean, in theory, they could be playing Sky Striker for all we know. You know?
Yeah, Sky Striker's a pretty popular one with having a high hand trap count.
Could be playing Trickstar. Imagine that. Trickstar X1.
You know, when I heard that there was the possibility of new Trickstar support, I was very psyched, and unfortunately it didn't make it into the structure deck from the poll. That was won by Ice Barriers. I'm still a huge fan of Ice Barriers, so glad they're getting that support, but I would have loved, personally, I would have loved a Trickstar deck. I think I'm not a huge fan of the Trickstar artwork and the theme, but the way that the deck plays and combines
defending
with
yourself
Striker,
ahead of accusations here, like
I've got to say the truth. Candina's 18, right? It's fine.
Wow. You hope.
She's got 1800 attack.
Good enough logic for me.
That's why people say that Ray is apparently 15, so you got to watch out for them.
Okay.
But anyway, the point I wanted to make was I really enjoyed the Trickstar Sky Striker format and the way that the deck's played and how it was largely based on hand advantage. So if Trickstar came back with a deck that could give you a huge hand advantage type game, I would love playing in a format like that. I don't know what kind of format you prefer.
Yeah, do you know what? It's I guess I'll answer more the statements about Trickstar here. You know, for all of the kind of thrashing that it gets sometimes for people who hate the deck. I played it at Nationals last year. Around the time that Orcust was playing the small engine, it was quite nice because people assumed I was playing Orcust, so they'd hold a lot of their interrupts expecting something else, and I'd be able to basically go through all my Trickstar plays. But I was playing it with like Pleiades and stuff, and shout out to Aaron Hemman for letting me test with him, and the testing went really well, and then I did horribly and bricked every single game. But yeah, I mean, I guess Trickstar wouldn't be a bad reintroduction to the format. I don't think it's as powerful as it was, so I don't really see that it would do any harm, even if we saw a lot of the cards come back.
Yeah, I just think it would be nice. I think it would be good fun. Apart from all the people who, you know, do the masses of, what was it, reincarnation and that gift card and stuff. I'm not a fan of that deck.
Yeah,
but we've finally seen what Ben's deck is. It is indeed Altergeist.
Yeah, okay, interesting.
So
the fact that they've got this far with Altergeist that's an interesting sign.
Yeah, definitely. So the entire team is playing Altergeist. I believe that I don't think they're card for card the same, but I think they're very close.
I mean, Altergeist has a pretty sort of standard lineup, doesn't it? There's not a lot of flex spots that you can work with. Like, the stuff that is, I guess, flexible, people tend to play the same stuff anyway, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I think there was a long period of time when it was just, oh, you play these 10 Altergeist monsters, you play these 4 traps, and then you play alongside them these 9 traps, and you just pick whatever hand traps are best in the format.
Yeah.
Okay, there's a pointer here, which could potentially hit any sort of back row or hand trap removal. But I tell you what, though, Ben's team, which is, by the way, called Fun and Interactive, that was a great team name. That was a good shout by them. It includes Lewis, who has been, he's certainly been on my channel, he's been on a few other channels as well, for having really great success with Altergeist with, let's say, more unique strategies, not using a typical trap lineup and trying to pilot some really cool other traps in the deck.
Okay.
So one of the interesting ones Lewis came onto the channel for a while back was he was playing one of the Subterra cards. I think it was Subterra Succession, which let you flip stuff and do some searching, and he played it alongside a really tiny Shadol engine.
That is strange.
Yes, yeah. It was really unusual for an Altergeist list, and it led to his opponents really struggling to predict what exactly was going on. And then he just stormed a bunch of regionals playing pretty much the same list with the Subterra cards in it.
I guess it's one of those things, isn't it? Like, if you can lead your opponent down a certain pathway of thinking how they have to play against you, it can really, like, if you're dictating the lines of play, it can really give you such an advantage. And I guess it's one of those things where sometimes it works out amazingly, and sometimes it goes horribly. In fact, 90% of the time it goes horribly wrong. But clearly that's an example of when it's done well, it can work out.
Yeah. Yeah, you do have to have that extra little spark of creativity alongside actual competitive ability in order to make something like that pan out.
Sort of thing I expect to see from Mad Lad Vlad, who's not on the stream with us today, was last time. But he's always cooking something up, isn't he?
Oh, he's great. The FTKs that he's been able to assemble are kind of, like, ridiculous. I can't believe that Clock Dragon FTK that he put a lot of time and effort into building just to make, like, some decent YouTube content went on to win various events. Like, that was absurd.
It's testament, isn't it? Testament to that brain.
Yeah, definitely. And he's had great success at various events with his own FTKs as well. I think there was a YCS London a couple of years back when he took Gem Knight FTK and just like stormed it and made it into top cut, and it was just a really epic moment.
Yeah, certainly testament indeed. So, Altergeist here. I'm not really sure what kind of variants you would get in this. Like, for me personally, I have a bit of a barrier here, and it is a disadvantage in the fact that I really hate Altergeist, and so a lot of the time I just sort of switch off with it. Now, things have changed a little bit for me. I did do a video on how to play it, and I sat down with one of my friends, one of the tuggers, Adam, and he sort of taught me through it, and I kind of see it in a little bit of a different light. But the problem is I've still got that barrier of knowing what kind of other directions they could take. So it'll be interesting to see what we see here.
Just got a slight ruling issue. I'm just gonna drop out and come back to you in just a moment, but feel free to carry on.
Certainly.
You'll stay on the stream and everyone will be able to hear you. I'm just gonna be back in a moment.
So for some reason he's decided to leave you alone with me, which is pretty dangerous because when I'm talking to myself I can come out with some really inappropriate stuff. So I'll try and behave myself a little bit here whilst we wait for the other Joe to join us again. Hopefully you're enjoying the stream so far. If you don't know already, my name is Joe as well. I run a channel called YuGiOh, and I might as well plug myself here whilst I've got an opportunity to do so. You can go check out my absolutely terrible content over at YuGiOh YT. I'm across Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, all of that goodness. So this is a little bit different for me, being on a stream. This is my third one in a row for this, though, so I'm gradually getting used to it and learning how to fill a bit of the spots. So we are continuing to see the lines of play here. Halka Fibrax coming down. I suspect if we don't see an interrupt here, this could get pretty interesting pretty quickly. So Coitus is still an option. Oh wait, no, he has used the effect, my bad. Skipped over that there in my line of thoughts. So we're probably going to see the full combo here, I imagine. And usually once the full combo resolves, we normally see a victory. So depending on what's in hand for Ben, depends on how things are going to go very quickly here. So the pretty standard line of combo here ongoing.
Oh yeah, just coming back. So we've just got an interesting appeal going on, but thankfully our head judge is just stepping in to deal with that. So all good there. And yeah, I'm back. What did I miss?
Not much. Halka Fibrax combo. Let's go.
Let's go.
Pretty much it. The standard stuff.
And the Silk resolved, right?
I believe so. Yeah, I actually missed over it. A lapsing moment there where I was looking at something else, caught it off guard, and I was like, oh, he can use Silcoitus here, and then I realized he'd actually used it. So I assume it went through, making some assumptions here as always.
Not an issue. So Ben does still have, what, 2 potential disrupts in hand? Is that right? Or did he add the Marionetta off the Seek, in which case only the 1 disrupt in hand?
Yeah, potentially. Again, disadvantage of not being able to see those hands. We can't calculate everything.
Yeah, but would be a bit messed up if we could see the hands, because you know who else would be able to see the hands?
Yeah, I know. It's almost like I wish we had just like a little sneaky like commentary section where we could just see everything.
Just us,
That'd be nice.
You know, I always find it interesting that at the big competitive events like YCS level events, they do get hand information, but they track like on-field information, but they don't do it using any sort of like really crazy technology. It's not like they've got like a glass table with a camera under it or anything. It's just a pair of judges alongside the players keeping track of everything there.
Yeah, I mean, you see them on those streams, don't you? They lean over and show the judges next to them what they got in hand. I mean, I guess it's good because it keeps play as clean as possible.
Yeah, I think it's really good from the perspective of when you're watching. If you can see both players' hands, you can start making predictions about what's going to happen next, and you build up a lot of hype about the next few moves.
It can also be a little bit misleading, though, I find. Like, when I've watched streams, and for example, you'll see players go, no, they're such an idiot, why didn't they do this, and why didn't they do that? I mean, there's a multiple things to think about here. Obviously, there's the pressure of being on a stream. Does really affect some people, but also you have perfect knowledge as a viewer that the players don't necessarily have.
Yes.
But it does also mean that we get to see when players make less optimal plays that we know about, and we can go, oh man, they shouldn't have done that, or you know, or they make something that's like a crazy spicy play that they didn't even realize was as spicy as it is. So it does make things a little bit interesting.
Yeah, and it's always interesting that, you know, because they have to stop the crowds from being able to interact with the players properly, they do give the players the headsets and try to encourage them to avoid looking at the crowds, of course. It's not always possible though. There are always little bits that could, you know, hint at different plays that should have been made, and I always have a pet peeve about judges leaning over and reading cards on the table while players carrying on, just in case it triggers you know, a little bit of extra thought from the players, which thankfully online our players cannot tell exactly what we're looking at unless we bring it up on stream, and even then we've got a bit of a delay between actual play anyway, so that helps out.
Tactical delay.
Tactical delay indeed. YouTube gives you that option actually. You can just add a delay to your stream, which is always nice.
It's quite interesting because it's not something that I guess necessarily you would think about immediately, but it's a really, really important thing to consider, I guess.
Yeah, definitely. There's a lot of you know, random bits and pieces that we thought about on the way to figuring out exactly how we'd run all these events, and that's just one of the...
Angel Trumpeter?
Yeah, have you not seen this yet?
No, what?
Okay.
What is this?
Okay, so Rock as standard now plays Unexpected Die, or, you know, typically semi-standard.
I did see that earlier and did wonder what the target would be.
Yeah, and so it'll either be Angel Trumpeter, or it'll be, I think it's Gamma the Magnet Warrior? I could be getting that wrong. One of the Magnet Warriors. And honestly,
Okay.
these are now, sorry, not Gamma, which one is it? Beta, is that right? Anyway, these are now standard cards to run. Yeah, it's beta. These are standard cards to run in your rock deck now, which is pretty interesting.
Well, I guess Trumpeter being a tuner as well.
Yeah,
that
the only
nice little
issue.
fringe benefit.
Yes, yeah, it's really good for going into your needle fiber. The only issue is, of course, as it's a tuner and it's not a rock, you can't exactly summon it off your Adamantipator cards. But here we go. Gabe does take the win here due to a small mistake, or maybe a huge mistake, as Ben is saying, on his part. Unfortunately, he says he got really trigger happy with his disrupts. So Gabe takes victory here, and Ben loses out on this one. Should we see if we can pull on one of the other two from this matchup? Keep things going?
Yeah, let's see how they're going for sure.
Okay, we'll be back in about a minute or two, and I'll reset the HUD live so that you guys can watch as much of the content as possible. So just bear with us for a minute or two, and then we'll be right back. Okay, so back again. That was a quick one. And we return with Luxury X Gabe Nation on the top, and Fun and Interactive on the bottom. I do need to just update the names of the players, but Joe is here again to help me out with that. How are you doing, Joe? You still good?
Yeah, we're still good. Fortunately, nothing happened in those few minutes that changed anything in my life. So we're still good.
Really? I was expecting like some groundbreaking news to happen.
You know what? After today, with some of the things that I've seen happen in such a short period of time, anything's possible. Anything can happen. Okay, so we are seeing another sort of top tier level of play going on again. Obviously, Hanny on the top there, and Ollie on the bottom. Okay. Okay.
Yeah, that was... Wow. Red Reboot on the chain.
Red Reboot, the one of.
And that was the second game, so they're now tied. So Ollie loses game 2. I mean, I'm going to assume he's going first. I don't think he'd go second here.
Maybe he's got some crazy spice.
Crazy spice for going second. I'll be honest, that would be a lot of fun to see.
Can you imagine? Can you imagine?
I mean, I don't...
No, interestingly...
Sorry,
go on.
No, you go, it's fine.
I was going to say, actually, there is a weird way that you can play Altergeist, which is something that I covered on that video that I did with my friend Adam, is that you can actually play like a combo variant of the deck when Pukari comes out. So it'll be interesting to see whether people adapt that or not, whether they continue with this kind of control variant that we normally see.
Do you think people are keen on switching to a combo variant of Altergeist?
I don't know. I think it's one of them things. There's always temptation, isn't there? There's something nice about comboing off and, you know, making your nuts a little bit bigger than they are. You know, just... But it's true, isn't it? There is a certain allure to playing a combo deck. So, you know, if you're someone that's always had your helmet strapped on and you want to play Altergeist, and the opportunity to go something a little bit more technical comes up, you might consider it.
Yeah, definitely. Always makes for that interesting content. People always want to watch some good combos.
Yeah, I mean, and if you're playing against Altergeist, you're definitely not expecting them to go like Halka Fibrax combo, right?
Yeah. Not just yet.
Not just yet.
Although
Halka Fibrax is finding its way into everything else, so it wouldn't shock me.
Yeah. I mean, it's even in Eldritch, which is the other big combo deck of this... big control deck of this format. So
yeah, definitely one of my favorites, actually. I really, really like Eldritch.
Yeah?
Yeah, there's something about it, I think, because it's so diverse, and that when I look at it, there's not a single card that can be hit. And this is something I keep saying on a lot of my own videos when this comes up, is that I think Eldritch is here to stay for a little while, you know. because after this we've got. So even if you take Halka Fibrax out, which annihilates a lot of the other decks that are going on at the moment, Eldritch can play with Invoked. It can play with like Shadows and things like that. It can tie in all this other stuff. It can also play with Dragma. We can also see it played with zombies. Like there's so many different ways it can play.
Oh wow.
Okay.
So something was wrong with Hanny's hand. It must have been terrible. Or it just can't play through 4 back row. Wow. Oh, he didn't even show his hand. He just left.
Just left.
Oh, okay. Let's I'm gonna quickly reset the visuals. We can keep talking. And then let's see if the final match of these guys is being played or not. Maybe he just jumped out because it was finished.
Yeah, maybe. It's interesting though to see that just end so very quickly. Okay, yeah, sure. Yeah, that's true. I mean, if you've won, then you might as well get that extra rest, extra time to test for the following day. All of those good things. Yeah, I think you have to definitely sort of commend them, the fact that they... I mean, we got started at, 11 a.m. this morning? So... I mean, even if they're on the nearest coast to 5 hours behind, 6 hours behind? Something like that. So... And yet here they are, somehow storming this tournament. Again, testament to the ability of those players.
So, we're gonna probably end up... I think we'll just close up here. There's not... there's just a few matches going on that will finish the 5th round of Swiss. But tomorrow we will be back with the top cut rounds, kicking things off at 11 o'clock in the morning, I believe, for top 4. Then we've got the usual lunch break to avoid that DB disconnect that happens every day. And then after that, we'll do the finals at 2 o'clock tomorrow. So Joe, thanks very much for helping out with all of this. You've been a huge help in all of the YOSs. And guys, if you haven't seen it already, check out the YuGiOh channel, drop a sub, check this guy's content out, and check out his market watches as well. Some really insightful stuff to help you get the best value for all of your Yu-Gi-Oh cards.
Much love. Appreciate the kind words. Thank you very much, everyone. I've really enjoyed being involved in this, as I have with the previous 2. So yes, of course, if you do enjoy my commentary, no matter how bad it is, I've got even worse content for you to watch over on my channel.
You do yourself too much harm.
It's all good. It's all good.
Cool. Yeah. Just wondering if there's anything else that's important to mention. Huge thanks to our 3 sponsors for this event. That's Patriot Games, who are a UK-based store. They have got some really great options for printing your own custom goods, like playmats and stuff. And they just do like general RPG and tabletop stuff as well. Dagoat Cards, which is, the GOAT, greatest of all time cards, who has a really strong website and eBay store as well. Tons of awesome feedback for him. And the new website is looking pretty sick, I've got to be honest. It's got that nice burgundy, like reddish background tint to everything, and some great functionality on there as well. So check that out in the description. And the final shout out, of course, goes to Card Market, Europe's leading trading website for Yu-Gi-Oh cards, for Magic, for all sorts. So if you're looking to get your trades on, get your sales on, head on to the website and you can start picking up goods today. I think that's going to be everything from us on this stream for today. So don't forget, tomorrow at 11 a.m. in the morning, we're going to be kicking off the top 4 for this event. And then a little bit after that, we'll show you guys the finals. That's all from me for now. Thanks, everyone, and we'll see you in the next one.